Welcome to another Razorback Live with the Sarge. I'm the Sarge, and we got Hog Wild with us tonight.
I'm here.
If you can't tell, I am not feeling very well. And was just going to throw the game on and sit back and relax, but now it looks like we're going to be delayed an hour at the very least if we get this game in.
What?
Yeah, we got rain getting ready to start right now, and there's a whole line of storms coming in after that. I don't see them getting this game in between the rain now and the rain that's coming later. I don't think there's enough time.
Let's see here. I'm gonna take a little peeky poo.
Appreciate everybody coming in. No, real life still not Papa Sarge yet. I
guess it's not gonna rain for a whole hour.
Yeah. So I
And
really.
then a massive storm front comes through.
I don't see this. There's a ACAB. There's gonna be a long delay. So I'm not sure what we're gonna do because it doesn't make no sense to sit here for 2 hours and then them say the game isn't gonna be played. Joe Jesus, game is delayed for an hour at least. Will probably get moved to Sunday. So doubleheader probably Sunday. Well, they left Sunday open. I think that's why they left Sunday open. Because it wouldn't be a doubleheader Sunday because we were never scheduled to play Sunday. And we would just play Saturday and then Sunday. I imagine they're in the weather delay over there too, Amanda, because that's where all the rain's coming from. The storms are coming from. But we could check that out, though. I can look and see for sure. Because it don't look like the boys are going to play tonight. But YT, if you could keep the the ESPN app open to see if the game does start. And let me know, but I'm going to look for the girls and see if they're playing right now. Or if it's getting ready to come on. I don't see no softball televised right now.
I'm seeing the rain stops after 7, and then it rains, and then it's clear from 9 till about 11.
Yeah, they won't play it that late.
They might.
No, they won't. They're not going to start a game at 9 o'clock at night. Yeah, I can't believe the Oklahoma game's not televised with Arkansas. That don't make no sense. Unless they're playing right now. Oh, yeah, they're playing right now. They just started. Yep, there it is. We can definitely watch this until we figure out what's going on with the boys.
I got it on my other
that in any
screen.
count, at any time, Kendall Wells can leave the ballpark, and this crowd would absolutely.
All right, we're gonna watch the girls softball play Oklahoma until we find out what's going on with the guys' game.
32.
If somebody hears anything, please put it in the comments. Let us know.
So far this year have left the yard. She has homered in 7 of her last 9 games. And is approaching more records. The 1-2. Appeal up to first. Sean Schumacher said she did not go around. No relation. 2-2.
I was wondering when I saw Schumacher was one of the umpires. I was wondering if there was something you needed to tell me.
Knowing you and your prep, you would have already known that. How hard is it, Amanda, former pitcher, to prep for a hitter like Oklahoma has in Kendall Wells?
It's hard to prep for all their hitters, and to know that you have to come into this stadium and pitch against them and try to hold them down is extremely tough.
Wells goes down, and that's back-to-back Ks to start the night for Robin Herron.
2 chases on two strike pitches to Miner, down in the zone, and then Wells up in the zone. And that's what Robin Herron can do. It's what she wants. She wants Wells to chase that pitch. It's at a perfect height, not too high, not too low. The senior is coming out so far and dealing here at Loves.
Misses upstairs to the lefty, Ella Parker, who's been moved up in the lineup tonight. And after struggling on Wednesday night against Oklahoma State, struck out 3 times against Ruby Malin. On a night in which Oklahoma's explosive, deep offense was really held in check.
Well, and remember, they struck out this, or Ruby Malin struck out the side in the first inning. That was only the 4th time all year that Oklahoma had 3 strikeouts offensively in an inning. And so far we have 2 with Robin Herron again for the 3rd at bat in this inning, working from ahead in a pitcher's count.
Mr. Jingles,
the 1-2.
The boys are going to be in quite a bit of delay if they even get to play tonight. So we'll switch to the boys once if they do start anytime soon. But it's probably going to be a while because it's not looking good up here, weather-wise, if they even get to play today.
Did she go?
Pretty sure they'll probably start
Cameron Ellison in a full
way
count
late
to
tonight,
Parker.
or
Ella Parker
they'll
had
move it to Sunday.
Really challenging game on Wednesday night, striking out 3 times against Ruby Malin, and that was one that really could have gone either way. But Ella Parker gets a call, and she will see.
They'll either play a doubleheader tomorrow, or they'll play Sunday.
Already in the first inning against Herron, the 3-2.
Just depends on, I guess, if Georgia wants to get out of town, what Georgia's schedule looks like.
And a walk drawn by Parker despite falling behind early.
No,
extends the inning for Oklahoma.
I don't.
It's a great at bat.
As soon as we find something
I
out,
talked to Robin Herron, had the opportunity to do so last year, and she told me, usually I get pretty nervous in the first inning. At least it had been that way up through her junior year, and she had said that when she faced OU, that last year in Game 1, it was the least nervous that she had been in a game all year. Because she had the mindset going into that game in Fayetteville of whatever happens, happens. Like, I'm just going to leave it all out there. And she went on to only give up 1 run against them in that game through 6 innings.
That'll be a doubleheader tomorrow.
Scored a bunch in the 7th, but she had the exact mindset you need to beat OU.
I did not know that was a thing.
Ahead in the count 0-2 to Gabby Garcia. It's interesting, too, because last year, despite being a junior, it was the first time in Robin Herron's career that she was the ace. And now this year, Amanda back again to be the ace for a 2nd year. Wants to leave her mark. Wants to be an All-American when it's all said and done. These are the moments, the games that you look back on at the end of the season when somebody does get the All-American nod in the circle that you point to. In the right field to extend the inning again. Garcia will send Parker to 3rd. And all of a sudden, the go-ahead run 60 feet away for OU.
Gabby Garcia, just a really level swing on that curveball that's just too far over the plate, especially in a pitcher's count. That is a curveball that's too sweet, and a hitter like Garcia is trying to do too much, just continues to pass the bat. A little 2-out rally going, something that Oklahoma State did to
we don't know yet,
Oklahoma
but
on
Phil, I
Wednesday,
haven't heard that
2 outs,
for sure.
We did not see Oklahoma do to OSU.
As soon as we know something, we'll let everybody know.
Emmerling comes to the plate with runners at the corners.
I have
fly ball into center field. First pitch swinging. Reagan Johnson puts it away, and Robin Herron dances out of a 2-out jam. No blood after 1 in this top 6 showdown in Norman.
Mill, appreciate you becoming a member of the Sarge Squad. Welcome to the family. Can somebody elaborate on that? Why is that? Is it just because of the scheduling, or is it something the conference only gives you 3 days? I've not heard that before, so I just learned something today. But I don't know what the reasoning is for. Is there a specific reason for that?
Has really
a specific reason for what?
Portal with transfer hitters.
The conference only gives them 3 days to complete a series, regardless.
With the likes
of
I
have no idea.
Dakota Kennedy, for example, who we saw last half inning.
And a couple of transfers, I ended up getting SEC Player of the Year, and I feel like there's so many on there too that maybe didn't get All-American honors, but like a Taylor Ellsworth, a Kylie Halverson. I mean, Daniel Gibson was huge. Braxton Burnside was huge, but Tiana Bell being another one of those. You mentioned Dakota Kennedy. It just seems like Courtney Deifel has a great way of using the transfer portal to find hitters to instantly come in and be like the hitters that you work your entire game plan around. Like, that's how good they are. And Tiana Bell, Dakota Kennedy hitting side by side in this lineup or two.
That makes sense, Sean.
Bell coming in the offseason from Cal, where she was twice.
I guess they don't want to play in a full game and then leave them late at night or something. That makes sense.
The ACC. I think in the middle of the order. First pitch swinging, and it's the first base knock of the game for Arkansas. Had such big shoes to fill at first base, taking over for Bree Ellis.
Yeah, and it's all moving this way, too.
Left-handed pitcher, you can't help but notice that we have two left-handed pitchers in the circle.
There's been a bunch of
Tiana Bell has the highest batting average off of lefties for Arkansas, hitting over 500 against him this year.
Rio comes up swinging.
Nice,
that's
fair
a fair
ball.
Hugging the left field line, and a pair of flare base knocks to start the second inning for the Hogs.
Okay, so I'm guessing the message in between innings, or after their first half inning, was let's swing early in the count. Let's go up. If you see one that is out over the heart of the plate, let's be more aggressive and not necessarily just high exit velocity hits. In fact, the exit velocity would be low, but a couple of hits that had eyes, and Arkansas going up an aggressive mindset, swinging early in the count, both first pitch hits.
Two on and nobody out for Kaylee Wyckoff. And now Arkansas has a chance to draw first blood, despite the fact that in the bottom of the first, Oklahoma had 2 on and 2 out with a runner 60 feet away.
I like the idea of Wyckoff laying down that bunt, a sacrifice bunt situation with a left-handed pitcher in the circle and Bella Emmerling playing behind first base. You could tell her bat was angled to lay down that sac bunt down the first base line. Look at how far back the Emmerling is playing. Of course, now she's going to swing away, but if she were to have laid that bunt down the first base line, I think it would have been a hit for Wyckoff because of the fact that Lowry left-handed, a tougher play for her as a pitcher in the circle.
1-1 bunt is dropped down foul. She's a gamer, in the words of Courtney Deifel. No surprise to see her playing a little bit of a game here with Audrey Lowry in this Sooners defense that, like Arkansas, ranks in the top 10 nationally in fielding percentage. Two of the elite teams, not only in this conference but in the nation right now.
Well, and I'd let her swing away. I mean, tough position here in a pitcher's count against Audrey Lowry in this 1-2 count. But looking at the success that Wyckoff has had against left-handed pitchers, she's had the most extra base hits on the team.
Goes down swinging. First strikeout of the night for Audrey Lowry, 1 away.
And Lowry shook a couple of times to be able to get to this pitch. A changeup that is just perfectly located. A little bit of an off-speed curveball, it looks like, as that pitch moved away from Wyckoff. That was a big strikeout after the first 2 reach and the first 2 pitches of the inning.
Ball 1 low to the 3-year starting catcher, Kennedy Miller. Comes into the series riding a 9-game on-base streak. For an offense that, like pretty much everybody else around the country, has been overshadowed by Oklahoma. But Arkansas too, Amanda, top 5 in the country in a host of categories, including batting average, on-base percentage, and runs scored. And of course, Courtney Deifel, a disciple of Patty Gasso, told us, look, we know how big of a deal it is to play the #1 team on their home field at Love's. But this team and all their talent.
Yeah, Pooh Bear, we're in our rain delay right now.
Amanda, so far, does not look at all intimidated by the #1 Sooners.
She felt like coming in this weekend that they're in a really good spot. She called this Arkansas team a hungry team, very competitive. And they're an older team too. They have this experience. Almost everybody is an upperclassman that starts. They start a ton of seniors, including starting Heron in the circle for them, another senior.
Full count to Miller. Well, you mentioned the experience and the hunger. Look, this is a team whose season was ended in surprising fashion last year in their home Super Regional against Ole Miss, who had never been to a Women's College World Series before last year. Dealt with some food poisoning to 2 of their top pitchers. They felt like almost that a trip to the Women's College World Series was unfairly taken away from them. It has influenced their edge this year, and that pitch just missed. 4,500 plus on hand, don't know where it missed, and the bases are loaded with 1 down.
It's a great pitch. It's, you know, always difficult to tell because the center field camera is at a little bit of an angle. I mean, no doubt that's a pitcher's pitch, but I just felt like it was a great take by Kennedy Miller. And now they have the bases loaded.
And in steps Carly Davison. Razorbacks have already broken multiple program records offensively. The one they are tied with is grand slams. 7 already this year for Courtney Deifel's club.
We want to capitalize on this opportunity and try to get this crowd out of it. You're the visiting team. You have an opportunity with the bases loaded, less than 2 outs. You have to score here and capitalize on this moment against the #1 team.
Of course, Davison began her career with the Utah Utes, was the starting shortstop on their 2023 Women's College World Series team. Coached then and now by DJ Gasso, the son of Patty Gasso. Down to the count 1-2. Good take.
That is another great take. Do you know how hard that pitch is to take with 2 strikes on the road, bases loaded? You want to be the one so bad that gets a big hit. And that pitch is a pitch that kind of starts to look like you can get it, and then you notice it's going to be out of the zone, and you take it to get this one.
Takes the 2-2 up the middle. It finds center field. 2 runs will score, and Arkansas strikes first in game 1.
It's all about the take of the rise ball to get something down. Carly Davidson noticed that the pitch before this one was going to be too far up. She took it. It was a close one. It's not easy at all, but then she gets one that she can better handle. Off-speed pitch, driving it right back up the middle, and a veteran hitter in Davidson's plays the first couple of runs for Arkansas. What an at-bat, what at-bats that Arkansas has put together in this inning to score first against OU.
And now for the 4th straight game, Amanda, Oklahoma trails to open the night. Texas and Oklahoma State both jumped out to early leads on OU in the course of the last week. And it prompts a visit to the circle by Jen Rocha, and simultaneously a visit with the defense by Patty Gasso.
Well, and Matt, you think about the takes that Arkansas had, the last two hitters. Kennedy Miller drawing a walk to be able to get herself to first base, taking some close pitches in that AB, and then Carly Davidson taking some close pitches and her at bat. So Arkansas just doing a little bit of everything right. The first two hits of the inning were both on first pitches, and then the last ones working the count to draw the walk, working the count, hitting with 2 strikes in that 2-2 count from the 9-hole to drive in a couple of RBIs. Just Arkansas really looking comfortable at the plate here.
(28-1) this year are the Razorbacks when scoring first. A lot of the credit to that record can be applied to their pitching and to their defense, both of which have been phenomenal this year. And you give Robin Herron an early lead. How much confidence does that give the senior in the circle tonight?
And right now they're again talking about the defensive shift that's happening with Reagan Johnson coming up to the plate. They're going to bring in 5 infielders. So Abby Dayton is going to come from left field, and she's going to be playing second base. So that's Abby Dayton right there, who's the left fielder. And then Kai Miner, who is the center fielder, is actually going to be playing left field. And then Ella Parker is right there in center. So a shift with just about everybody on the infield, everybody on the outfield because of Reagan Johnson coming up. And this is the defensive alignment that they want to play.
As of right now,
Patty
Trey,
Gasso's
it's
Oklahoma Sooners
looking
have
about
not
like an
lost
hour
3
delay.
straight games since 2011. They come into the night off back-to-back losses to arch rivals Texas and Oklahoma State. Strike 1 to Johnson on the bunt attempt. Still 2 on and just the 1 out here in the top of the 2nd inning, after the 2 RBI single by Carly Davidson. What an opportunity here for the Hogs to really apply pressure against the #1 team in the country that has won 30 straight games on this field. 1-1 bunt, drop down, fielded by Lowry. Spinning throw, well executed by the Oklahoma starting pitcher. Both runners advance. And now 2 down with 2 in scoring position for Arkansas. Brinley Bain, mile high pop up behind home. It is caught. Kendall Wells can swing the bat and make plays behind the plate. But Arkansas strikes first. Hogs.
Ooh.
Gasso, son of Patty, brother of JT, the hitting coach at Arkansas. Of course, JT, the hitting coach under his mother Patty here at OU. This weekend, competition trumps blood, it seems, Amanda, in the Gasso household. And Patty, who's such a warm, motherly figure in this program. You know, when they line them up, she's out here to win these games.
Yes, they are. That warmness about her, I think, goes away with that competitive spirit. This family is very competitive. Even their dad and JT, DJ, they all want to win. And it's always just so fun whenever they get to match up against each other, because you just know that they also know how to laugh and have a good time, but just ultimately they all want to win. And in this situation, somebody has to lose. It's in the family.
DJ Gasso knows how to push his brother JT's buttons, and mom. Patty said that when it's family time, they don't really talk that much about softball, and if it does get brought up, it's DJ doing the bringing up. Trying to get under mom and brother's skin a little bit. And his offense striking first tonight.
And DJ gave a lot of credit to Patty Gasso, that she's just always been such a hard worker, a hustler, always finding ways to be better. Even he said that when she would garden herself, she was grinding when she was gardening in the yard. So just when you have that personality type of wanting to be the best, not just at softball, you want to be the best at everything in life. It's that competitive spirit and that standard.
All right, we appreciate the family reunion,
and the cool
but
part
can we
too
get the
was
game
that when
going
DJ
here?
Gasso was around the Oklahoma program when he was Patty Gasso's son, and not Coach Gasso when he was in high school. Courtney Deifel was on staff at Oklahoma working with Patty. So Courtney Deifel has actually known him since he was in high school.
And Courtney, DJ told us, is the reason he ultimately decided to go from Utah to Arkansas. Felt the family environment that his mom has cultivated here at OU. Believes in the vision that Courtney Deifel has for this program. Believes they can win national championships.
And if you're wondering what's been going on, if we just kind of carved out some extra time to talk about the Gasso family, that's not it. We should technically be playing, but Robin Herron, since she has thrown her first warm-up pitches before the first inning, has not felt comfortable in the landing spot when she strides out. So that would be her right foot landing, just even in her warm-up pitches, kind of giving her catcher some faces, just something not being right. So got the field crew out now 2 innings in a row to try to get it right for where she lands.
Don't give away all our secrets up here.
Well, and I'm really thinking about that spot too, because you can see Robin Herron wearing a brace on that right leg. So for her, it's probably more than just kind of feeling a little uneven. I mean, of course, there's
plant foot.
Right, there's a reason that she's wearing that knee brace. So for her, these fans are booing and up in arms about it, but for her, it's likely something that she really needs to feel like that landing spot is going to be secure for her. Sometimes when you overwater the field, the dirt moves around, it gets a little bit muddy, or your foot moves.
Mile high pop-up foul territory. It is tracked by the Cal transfer Tiana Bell, 1 down.
So that landing foot, Matt, is extremely important for front side resistance and balance and being able to finish your pitch as explosively as you possibly can. You don't want to land and feel like, oh, I'm not very steady. I can only go 70% with this
man,
one.
We'll be keep your nephew in our prayers,
man. Especially when you're going against the #1 offense in the country. You want to make sure that you feel right and that where you land feels exactly as you want it.
Hope everything goes good for you, man.
Bunt dropped down here by Agbayani. Gonna be a tough play, and Agbayani beats it out. The speed of the BYU transfer showing why Patty Gasso calls her the fastest player on the Sooners roster.
As so well executed right down the line to become a foot race with Tiana Bell at first base. And down here in the bottom of the order, Matt, are the speed, energy type players for Patty Gasso, with Agbayani and then Abby Dayton especially on deck.
In steps Sydney Barker. who's played such a big role this season with the ACL tear of Nelly McEnroe-Marinas. Anything she gives them offensively, Patty Gasso says, is the cherry on top. They have asked her to dial in at third base. She's delivered.
She can play just about anywhere defensively, so she's super valuable because of her versatility on defense, from first base to the outfield to third. And when Nelly McEnroe-Marinas went down, I mean, that was just so terrible to hear about, because Nelly McEnroe-Marinas is just a player that you love to watch playing third base and compete, a captain last year for Oklahoma. And so that was tough. So actually Oklahoma had what Patty Gasso called third base tryouts after that. There were several players that practice went over there and started taking ground balls, and like, that's her word, tryout. She said they also had first base tryouts too, because kind of shuffled around their defense. And there's Nelly McEnroe-Marinas, of course, a leader at the front of the dugout, cheering on her teammates, still being a leader despite that injury.
Barker goes down swinging. Third strikeout of the night for Herron, 2 down in the second.
Remember, Robin Herron wants to pitch to you with 2 strikes. Hitters hitting .084 off of her with 2 strikes. When she gets ahead, she is one of the toughest 2-strike pitchers to go up against and try to figure out a way to get ahead.
Ball 1 to Abby Dayton. Perhaps the most dangerous 9-hitter in the country. Really like his second leadoff hitter at the bottom of the OU lineup, batting .444 with 37 runs batted in. Runner goes. Agbayani safe. Ball into center. She'll stay put. 11th stolen bag of the year for Agbayani. And now a runner in scoring position in back-to-back innings for OU. Abby Dayton has been so good this year with runners in scoring position. Batting .467.
What a luxury in your 9-hole to have a hitter with an OPS of close to 1,400, hitting over 400 with runners in scoring position. Just had some big swings, big moments in her few years at Oklahoma after transferring from Utah, where, remember, she played for DJ Gasso, the assistant at Arkansas.
Appreciate that, Sean.
And was, of course, teammates with current Arkansas second baseman Carly Davison on that World Series team in 2023. Herron with a full count, working on her 4th K. And she gets it. Catching Dayton, looking to close OU in the second inning.
This froze her with what looked like a backdoor curveball, catching the inside corner. Robin Herron gets the call and has now 4 strikeouts in 2 innings against the #1 offense in the country.
She said, let's go back to the dugout.
#1 team in the country. You're within striking distance for the top of the SEC. What are you feeling right now as we get this weekend kicked off?
Well, I'm not really thinking about any of that. I'm thinking about just trying to, win the next pitch and win the game that we're in. But this is an unbelievable venue. It's great for softball, and we're just happy to be here.
Coach, what have you seen be effective for Robin Herron the first time through the order against Oklahoma?
She's doing a really good job at trusting her spin more than anything. Her pitches are sharp. She's trusting her break and sticking to the game plan really well.
Coach, appreciate your time.
Oh, thank you. We're big.
Keeping it loose.
Well, and she gets a round of applause from her entire team after the interview, and you love that. Like, you want to be celebrated after your mid-game interview. Who wouldn't want that? Goes to show Arkansas just coming in here confident and loose.
Ella McDowell leads it off for Arkansas. Second time through here for the Hogs, and it begs the question, man.
Excuse me,
who is
Dale.
the
He's still clinging.
I think over the first 2 innings,
he's got 4 days, and
that
if
question
he's
has
not
been answered. No,
out on his own in 4 days, they're going in and getting.
I think when you are Oklahoma softball,
within the next 4 days, we will.
You always have the pressure.
Baby Sarge.
I mean, especially becoming the #1 team.
Grandbaby Sarge.
Because of their series win against Texas last weekend. They became #1. All their national championships, playing for Patty Gasso, playing in this stadium, playing with expectations and pressure that others put on you or you put on yourself.
It's going to be a long night for Marty Abazishan, I have a feeling.
I know. It always is, even at Devon Park. The crowd really wanted some pitches to be called strikes. It's always tough. But I think if you're Arkansas, you get to come in with nothing to lose. Of course, you expect to win. You want to win.
Sarge.
You're competitive. You think that you have a great team.
Yeah.
But ultimately,
You see that?
I think that all the pressure is on OU, especially having lost
Pork
2 games
loin,
in a row.
macaroni and cheese, and green beans.
3-1 is
I've
laser
seen that
in the
hit
left
right
field.
there,
It'll
too.
drop in front of Abby Dayton for a leadoff single.
That looks good.
Ella McDowell aboard for the second time tonight.
The 3 hits that Arkansas has had so far in this game there's 4 now. 3 of the 4 have not been well struck. They've been a little bit off the end of the bat, not the best contact, highest exit velocity, but good signs for Arkansas that they're falling.
How are you doing, Joseph? Good to see you.
Last half inning that, Amanda, you noticed the difference between the
Miss
first
Veronica,
inning
I
and
saw
the
you
second
earlier.
inning, and now the third for Arkansas, which is that despite the fact
Hope
that
you're
they're
having a
not
great Friday, too.
necessarily putting on the best contact, they're going up with a plan, and that is to be aggressive.
I saw Dakota Kennedy try to lay down that bunt there, and I think a couple of reasons. The sacrifice opportunity, trying to advance that runner, but she's just not in her career, or excuse me, this year, seeing left-handed pitchers very well.
Big strikeout there for Lowry, second of the game, first out of the third.
And Audrey Lowry, too, is still trying to figure out the strike zone a little bit. You hear Oklahoma fans kind of moaning and groaning about some of these strike calls, and to me, they're ones that really could go either way, especially early in the game when pitchers are trying to figure out what's going to get called and what's not going to. Every umpire is going to have their version of the strike zone, and it's your job as a pitcher to be able to find it. And I think that Audrey Lowry, with Jen Rocha calling her pitches, are still trying to figure it out.
Bell, moonshot with a 1-1. Back on it is Dayton. See you
Tiana
later.
Bell.
Oh my God! For Arkansas.
Some of the reactions in the mustard in the chat, baby.
Bell's 13th home run of the year has stunned this capacity crowd at Love's Field.
Well, we talked about it. Tiana Bell, of all the Arkansas hitters in the lineup, hits left-handed pitching the best, and she gets one up and in on her hands, a rise ball or a curve ball trying to get inside, and it just does not enough. She keeps her hands so well inside that pitch to drive it over the left field wall, and another transfer just strikes again for Arkansas, leaves the yard, and doubles their lead.
Ground ball off the bat of Italia Rijo, 2 down. Tiana Bell's 47th and 48th runs batted in this year, leads the team. And remember, it's an Arkansas team that, despite their experience, returning starters from last year, they did lose a lot of power in the lineup. Courtney Day and, of course, Bree Ellis, who Tiana Bell was brought in specifically, Amanda, to replace.
Moderator Archie
big shoes to fill.
Joe re-ups to private.
Lost about half of their home runs just with those two players alone.
Wyckoff's 0-1 slow roller. Agbayani makes the play. Good stretch at first by Bella Emmerling, but in back-to-back innings, Arkansas strikes 4 zip hogs.
Courtney Dipel had told us yesterday, our best days are ahead of us. Well, did she know that the next day she would have a 4-0 lead on the #1 team in the country? Tiana Bell with her 13th bomb of the season.
Another good inning for the Razorbacks. Keep building on that lead. Oh. Sorry, everybody. I do not have my usual enthusiasm. I'm just battling through a little bit of something. I don't know what it is. Good luck, Lady Eagles. My daughter's in Greenland, I think, for a softball tournament this weekend, and they're just getting ready to start. She got a write-up from the coach for something about being the #1 player in 4A or rank. I don't know. I don't want to put something out there it's not true, but it was a neat little write-up. I'll get some more information on that for being a sophomore. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a window between like 7 and 10, Tim. If they can get it in that amount of time, because it won't be much longer after that there's a line of storms coming through.
First pitch swing into center field. Kai Miner stretches a double to lead it off for OU. An immediate response after back-to-back innings of Arkansas scoring and building a 4-0 lead.
Yeah, it's amazing how just a freshman in Kai Miner, her batting average, the tone setter, the leadoff hitter, just doing it at such a young age, especially in that moment after Arkansas scored again. Oklahoma has to answer here.
It's always, it's not up to
Kendall
us.
Wells at the
they
plate.
Play it, we're going to do it.
And she's beamed. 2 on and nobody out in the bottom of the 3rd. And all of a sudden, the tying run on deck for OU.
Trying to work that rise ball up and in, the pitch that Kendall Wells likes to chase at times. It's going a little bit too far in, and now 2 on. And remember how quickly Oklahoma can score. It happens so fast.
Ella Parker digs in. You mentioned this offense's ability to strike quickly. 53 times this year, Amanda, they've scored 4 or more runs in a single inning. And Ella Parker, as those numbers show, has the ability to change the dynamic of a game with one swing. Mile high pop up, shallow left center. Kennedy drifting in for the first out.
And that is a big out. I think that when you play Oklahoma, you say that multiple times because every hitter that comes up has a chance to hit a home run and leave the ballpark. And the fact that you get an out in the air and the runners don't advance is big.
Speaking of ability to go yard, Gabby Garcia digs in with 18 home runs. Patty Gasso's club has swung the bat so well this year. Historic season, and we're not even through the end of April. The home runs, yes, are a big piece, but they lead the nation in 11 different offensive categories.
And you see this big shift that Arkansas is playing up the middle of the field with Rijo. Arkansas has one of the best fielding percentages and defenses in the country, and so does Oklahoma. But I think a big part, and something that Courtney Deifel credits her good defense to, is Matt Michael, their numbers guy, assistant coach, crunching the numbers, looking at the spray charts, the heat map, doing all of that and positioning his defense into the best spots that they can be for each hitter that comes up.
Arkansas has turned a program record 31 double plays this year. That broke the record set back in 1999. And it's good for second in the nation behind only Arizona. Hitters count to Garcia with 2 on and 1 out. And a great take by the starting shortstop to load the bases. And the tying run will come to the plate in the third in the form of Bella Emmerling.
Something that Arkansas did really well when they were scoring was taking close pitches. Oklahoma was chasing early on. They chased on Wednesday night, pitches that were well out of the strike zone, feeding right into Herron's hands, right into Ruby Malin's hands. And now in this inning, making it much tougher on Herron.
She can tie it with 1 swing.
It's another close pitch that they're taking. This puts so much pressure on Robin Herron to be more fine with her pitches and know that she has to come a little bit more down, has to come a little bit more on the plate. And this is why Courtney Deifel is going to come out and talk to Robin Herron, because of all these close pitches that she's not getting called. Going to give her a breath, regroup, and figure out how they want to attack these next hitters.
Second time through the order against arguably the best offense in the country. She struck out 4 Sooners first time through. Second time through, she's hit a batter and walked a batter. And now the base is loaded with 1 down in the bottom of the third.
The difference is that Oklahoma is just not chasing out of the zone.
Yeah, Nigel, I think she got robbed on that one.
Something that they've done so well in these kind of golden era of Oklahoma offenses for the last 5 or 6 years is have so much patience at the plate, hit good pitches, and make pitchers come through the strike zone without helping them.
But we got to understand, this is the #1 team in the country, and we're at their house, so. We're going to have to put him inside a Folgers can before we call it a strike.
Nothing yet, Big Phil.
No, not yet, Big Phil. Maybe it's
Bella Emmerling
maybe
batting
start around
6:25 with the bases loaded. In the air to right field.
Grand
Headed
slam.
towards the wall. It's gone. Tie game at Love Field.
Bella Emmerling has elevated her game this year as a senior. Hitters count goes down, and with that pitch for an opposite field home run. In SEC play, Matt, this is crazy. OU has more opposite field home runs than they do to the center of the field or the pull side. And it's because they are so good. They have power to all fields. And with one swing, that's how fast it can happen. One swing, great at bats, tie up this game. Oklahoma scores so quickly.
And still threatening. Cassidy Pickering at the plate, still just the one out. And the base is cleared.
And Oklahoma has not faced very many left-handed pitchers. And when you looked at their home run breakdown, in fact, coming into this game, they only had 15 home runs off of left-handed pitchers. And they've had 151 this entire season, only 15 to come off of lefties.
Emmerling in the air to center. Two gone.
So you knew that that presented a different type of challenge, and now it's going to be 16 home runs off of left-handed pitchers, but they just haven't seen lefties a lot, especially good ones like Robin Herron is an All-American in the circle of a left-handed pitcher, but they have 136 home runs off of righties and only 16 now off of lefties.
Come on now, Tim.
What a huge swing by Bella Emmerling. Felt like there was more behind that swing than just tying this game. With all the questions circling this week, OU coming into the night losing back-to-back games, not meeting the moment in Wednesday's Bedlam loss to Oklahoma State. Challenged by Patty Gasso this week to bow up the way her program so often has done throughout the decades. And an entirely different ball game here in the bottom of the third. Agbayani drills it to center.
Good catch out there to center.
And Reagan Johnson fielding center field so well. Bella Emmerling ties it at 4 apiece.
Yeah, it is Bella Emmerling's 15th home run. This is Oklahoma's 10th grand slam of the season, second only to UCLA, who has 13. But that grand slam, her 9th career one, just tied up this game.
They just announced it. First pitch is at 7:15. All right. I'll bring the other one up to get it ready, but while they're in commercial here. Damn.
SEC on ESPN.
They look like they can get it.
Standing room only crowd for game one of a 3-game set pitting two top 6 SEC foes. Oklahoma racing a 4-run deficit last half inning. Patty Gasso joins us. Coach, 54 times this year your offense has played at 4 or more runs in an inning. What is it about your team and the ability to put up runs in a quick fashion?
Well, part of it is we were down by 4, so it was important for us to try to put some numbers up on the board, but they're kind of amped here tonight. The crowd has been great, so when they have their eyes on the ball, they really get their swings off.
Coach, what can you say about Bella Emerling and just the year that she's put together, this passion and mindset that she's had this season?
Yeah, Kendall Wells came in, and it started to look a little bit different for Bella. She came to me and said, tell me what I need to do. Like, work at first base. She's become a good first baseman, but she has a different level of hitting right now. Offensively, she's just really crushing the ball and has earned that spot and has really come up clutch for us. So it's her senior year, and she wants to leave it on the field.
Coach, appreciate your time. Thank you. To Coach's point, Bella Emerling's batting average is up 195 points, Amanda, from last year. And Patty Gasso does credit the competition, friendly and healthy, but still competitive, between Kendall Wells, the freshman, and the senior, Bella Emerling.
Well, Bella Emerling went to her and basically said, just tell me how, tell me what I need to do. And so they worked with her at first base, even had to teach her pre-pitch movement. She was very green over at first base. And Patty Gasso told her, okay, when I put you over here, you're going to need to stop every single ball. You have to be a backstop in the same way that you are back behind the plate, because she's also a catcher. But she has fought for that spot at first base, and Patty Gasso has loved what she did and that tell me how, tell me what you need me to do mentality. And boy, has it paid off big time, not just for Bella Emerling, but this Oklahoma team.
And isn't that the mark of a great program? Humility, selflessness, but also the talent. How rich the talent is here that you can just plug and play players in different positions. Flair in his center, and 2 quick outs for Audrey Lowry. The lineup will turn over for the 3rd time tonight for Arkansas.
Well, 2 quick outs is exactly what Lowry wanted to see, Patty Gasso wanted to see, going right at 8-9 in the lineup, and now having a chance after that grand slam to tie it, to go 3 up, 3 down. This game is such a game of momentum, and especially with where with where Arkansas was in their lineup with 8, 9, and 1 up. The message to Lowry was go get them after getting that 4-run grand slam by Emerling.
Oh, 1 to Reagan Johnson. Chopper right into the middle of the 3rd baseman, Sydney Barker. A smooth inning for Audrey Lowry. Oklahoma has a chance to take the lead when we come back.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. I bet whoever scores the most runs at the last inning wins the game too, huh?
Yeah, duh. So you know me, Sarge. You know I'm a hot sauce enthusiast. I like my hot sauces, right?
Yeah.
Picked up one today. It's not that good. It wouldn't even be good for hot wings.
Well, I appreciate everybody hanging with us through the boys' rain delay. We got some bonus ladyback softball. Excuse me. And the more I try to talk, the more I cough. Yeah. I don't know. I was in Munich, John, and I don't know that they know what a hot sauce is. To be honest with you.
In Munich, Germany.
Yeah.
They don't eat spicy food there, do they?
No, not really. A tangy
Black
ketchup
pepper
is
might
their
be too hot.
a tangy ketchup is their kind of hot sauce.
Oh, I got one. This one's called Kai John's Classic Small Batch Ghost Chili Pepper Sauce. Ooh. I have eaten. They call it the Death Nut Challenge, Sarge. It's like 18 million Scoville units with like pure capsaicin crystals on it. I was not ready for this hot sauce. The non-German spice level is funny.
I was over there for 2 years, stationed at Baumholder. We went all over the place, and you had to carry your own bottle. About the spicy thing, most spicy thing I could find was like horseradish sauce.
Ugh, gross.
Greg, I was thinking on simple terms of John. I was stationed in Baumholder. Wiener Schnitzel isn't spicy, Greg. Of course, I don't know. Most of the time I ate that, I was drunk off my mind, so maybe it was.
From what he's saying, it sounds like the beer has more spice in it than the food.
Yes, I would. I would say that too. I can try Dennis, but last time I did that, the viewers didn't like it, and I lost a lot of viewers doing that.
Yeah, I ate a raw Trinidad scorpion pepper once. It literally feels like thousands of needles stabbing your tongue at once. In waves.
Yeah, John, I was gonna say it's got to be early in the morning there.
How far is Italy from Germany?
I can't remember.
A
Right off
couple
the top.
hour drive, maybe?
No, it's a little more than that, but we went down there. I've been in Luxembourg, Belgium, Poland, went into Russia. Most of the places we went were by train, yeah. We went to the Swiss Alps, skied in the Swiss Alps, and we drove down for that because it was just a beautiful drive. To be 22 years old again. Joseph says, "No, sir. I don't know why y'all torture yourselves." I don't go too hot, Joseph. I know my tolerance, and that's what I like. I want something that adds flavor, not that you're right that scorches my mouth. That's not fun.
A 13-hour train ride?
Yeah,
I would just drive if that's possible.
you can rent vehicles over there pretty cheap. Well, when I was there, you could. I don't know about now. I used to rent BMWs all the time for the weekend.
Stephen said a 3-hour train ride. Why not give us how long it takes on an ox or a wagon?
Give us the Oregon
They actually
Trail
ride.
time.
They still ride a whole lot of trains over in like Great Britain and stuff.
Yeah, almost all anywhere in the over there in the European countries, there are a lot of trains
Mm-hmm.
because they got the high speed trains over there. Yeah, I've been on the Autobahn. I had my international driver's license while I was there. Yes, Greg. I drove the Autobahn pretty much from one end of Germany to the other. No, they don't, Tim. I can confirm that. That is not true. Some of them probably could. It's right. Bryce Grizzly Adams did have a beard.
Well, the ladies not playing anymore?
Yeah, they're playing right now. What are you watching?
Watching your screen with all the names.
Oh, shit.
Ella Parker has walked and flown out to left.
That's because I'm dizzy and I'm not paying attention.
It's so amazing to me when you see a freshman like Sailor Timmerman enter into the game, into this stadium, and think this time last year she's pitching in high school. She's pitching a travel ball and not pitching against an offense like Oklahoma that might go down as one of the best offenses ever in the history of our sport. Over 150 home runs that they've already hit, and it's April 17th. And now here's Sailor
that's all me.
Wisconsin pitching.
I'm not feeling really good today, so I wasn't paying attention.
Down this offense.
I was listening to all this German talk in the chat and wasn't watching
Oklahoma has won
I had up on my screen.
NCAA best 30 consecutive home games.
Yeah.
Their offense a big piece of that. Leading the nation in 11 different categories, on pace to break national records for homers, runs, and slugging. That ball gets away from Kennedy Miller, and both runners advance, and now the go-ahead run just 60 feet away.
These announcers are blue.
Well, just give it a bit. We'll go back to complaining about the announcers in the boys' game.
In the air to left center.
I just called them stupid.
Kennedy puts it away, and Timmerman comes in to slow down this Oklahoma offense. Tied at 4.
Slow them down. They didn't even score nothing. Do you like Rammstein then?
Rammstein?
The band? Yeah. The band?
Oh, no, never heard of them.
What?
When I was there, dude, the music was so far behind, they were still rocking Michael Jackson like he had just come out.
What you mean? I still rock Michael Jackson.
Yeah, Corn Pony, they do that, and their Sambuca was really good.
What's that?
Vodka. I used to drink that stuff like crazy.
I think I'd rather have Grey Goose.
Well, good luck finding that over there.
Das Boot. It's one of my favorite movies, Beer Fest.
Yeah.
Surprised her parents were there. I don't think she expected them to be there, but one of a few as we continue to round out the golden tickets.
I was talking about Beer Fest, though.
17 golden tickets handed out. These are the other recipients, and we can also add Maya Johnson to the list, who just got one at Belmont. Saw a tweet come through while we're on this broadcast, but Nija Kennedy, Reese Atwood, Leanne Good, I mean, the list goes on and on. We'll end up having 17 get handed out, and this means that these players will get drafted on May 4th on ESPN2 for the AUSL College Draft that we'll be able to watch and see which of the 6 teams in the AUSL that they will get drafted to.
I got movement on
really special moment. And then, of course, there was a huge announcement that the AUSL the Championship Series is going to be played at Davis Diamond in College Station. That will be July 25th through 27th. So much going on with pro softball. Playing those golden tickets.
All right, they're showing something, Sarge.
All right, we're going to switch back to the boys now. We appreciate the ladies. for
Has
entertaining
really
us.
gained control
Good
of this
luck
game,
finishing
Amanda,
out that
after giving
game.
up 2 runs in
Might have to
back-to-back
refresh her
games,
there.
trailing 4-zip early. She has now set down 6 hogs in a row.
I gotta mute
Of
that.
course, was
Go over here.
He's Troy Eklund. Thanks for joining us. Arkansas got a 6-3 win last night in the opener of this series, and it was Hunter Dietz leading the charge for the Hogs again.
Good Lord, it looks like we got Munson and Munson.
His pitches, only 1 walk, 6 punch-outs against an extremely well-hitting Georgia Bulldog team.
Arkansas made that switch.
You know, as good as the girls are, I don't understand why people don't like to watch them. Our numbers go way down when we show softball.
He really has. You know, the fastball is electric, mid to upper 90s. The slider has been outstanding, but the curveball is the one that's really starting to come around for the big left-hander.
Now, the Georgia Bulldogs did hit a pair of home runs, and Troy, that's how they score, and that's how they produce their offense.
Boy, and Daniel Jackson, a guy that is just absolutely raking this
I got 2 tabs open. Hogs, one for the girls and one for the guys.
Right there, and then Wynn decides to get into the home run parade, but that's what the Bulldogs do. They can launch the ball out of the park 1 through 9.
Not just the best team in the country at home runs, far and away in that #1 spot. So the lineup that the Bulldogs will run out there today has Phelps, Jackson, and Lujo.
Oh, he's got that belt buckle on again today, Sarge.
O'Shaughnessy, then Wynn, Branch, and Black.
Yeah. Fishman says it's the Yurchek brothers. I can see that. That's a good one, Fishman.
Low to mid-90s with the fastball. The cutter slider is his best pitch.
All right, Gibbler.
Left-handers. The control's been pretty solid. And again, he's got
we need you to carve these dogs up like a turkey tonight.
That earned run
Let's go, buddy.
9th in the conference if he had enough innings to qualify. Meanwhile, Big U for the Georgia Bulldogs has the
What is that, Sean?
A pretty sneaky good pitching matchup on this Friday night.
Yeah, I'll try 2 Eagles if we can.
I don't know, about 30 minutes or so before the scheduled start time of 6:02, and some lightning that we might be looking at a long night.
Yeah, it was a little sketchy there for a while, but all that bad weather went north, and looks like it's going to hold off to maybe 11:30, close to midnight. So I think we have pretty good weather right now for this ball game.
Wes Johnson hoping you are correct, and the head hog as well on a 73-degree night. Jackets optional here at Baum Walker after a huge crowd in excess of 10,000 last
73 degrees sounds better than what it was down here in the Spa City today. It got up to 87.
Yeah, it was 87 here today earlier too.
Things looked a little bit different, but Arkansas has run off.
If that rain showers and stuff come around, it probably cooled it all.
Trey Phelps to lead things off. And that is strike 1, says Will Van Raphorst, our plate umpire. Mike Victor over at first.
Oh, yeah. I got you, Sean. Yeah, I don't understand why.
Will be at third base.
Blasphemy.
Phelps, #1 in the conference in runs scored. 3rd in on-base percentage. Gets hit a ton. His batting average a little bit under 400. 2nd best in the SEC, so he fills up almost every single stat category, including those homers and, well, 2 more hits last night.
Yeah, just a tremendous athlete is Phelps.
A big swing, found it at the plate.
Brett, he's been kind of nicked up the last couple years, and again, I think that this Georgia coaching staff says, you know, we knew he was really good. We just had to get him healthy.
Yeah, draft eligible a year ago and did not go the pro route. Wanted to come back, maybe help this team get to a College World Series. Obviously having a big-time campaign.
Goodness gracious.
Really launched one to the screen. That was the most athletic play, might say, all night from Helfrich, just jumping up to catch it.
I think if that wasn't potential with 2 strikes, he probably would have.
The good old Happy Bison.
That was super athletic. Probably the 2 best athletic catchers.
Had a few of those in my day.
Playing in this game
yeah, in a year of catchers, we've got a couple of
those beers.
Ones this evening and this weekend.
Dark beer, heavy beer.
Able to check on a pitch that finished down.
I'm just not a big fan of beer at all. I just don't like the taste.
I
nothing.
wasn't really either.
He's got the jersey unbuttoned, and the count has gone full. Here comes the payoff. Hard hit, but tracking right to Souza. 1 bounce.
Good D.
He'll retire Trey Phelps to begin this game.
Well, that ball was
What's a big breakfast thing for over there in Germany?
Can't hit it much harder.
I don't know. Usually when I woke up at a girl's house, I got They tried to cook me American
Gibbler
breakfast
in his previous start at Alabama, 4 1/3 innings of 3-run ball. 2 of those
pancakes, scrambled eggs,
facing Daniel
potatoes.
Jackson with those 17 home runs and 53.
Trust me, Tim, you're not missing a thing.
In the SEC in the RBI category, and he waves through that one for strike one.
No, the sound is all the way up.
He got the changeup, didn't he?
Yeah, it sounds all the way up.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't have the graphics up. They don't have it up on ESPN at all.
Yeah, no.
That one's tagged to left. A little bit of top spin. Ruiz.
Somebody's slacking on their job.
He's there on the track waiting to make the play for out number 2.
Tell you what, so far Cole Gibbler has got 2 outs, but has not fooled either Georgia batter. Sometimes what is it, just loud outs?
He'll take them.
Outs are outs.
Rylan Lujo next in.
Yep.
Hey, if they hit it and we catch it, I mean, that just saves his pitches.
Yeah, I was going to say, it keeps his pitch count down.
42 in league games.
Yeah, that's just absolutely crazy. Slugging .721 in conference games.
He's one of the few guys on this Georgia team that isn't in double figures in home runs. He only has 5, but then again, when you're hitting .442 in league games, find your name in the middle of this lineup, and a guy who really is more of an infielder but has been playing outfield. The same can be said for Henry Allen. Good pitch at the bottom of the zone and a fastball from Gibbler for strike 2.
How about this stat on Lujo? 43 at-bats in conference, only 3 strikeouts offensively. That's incredible.
He finds himself down in the count, 0-2. Able to put that in play. And Pompey will not get Lujo at first.
That's a good try, though.
0-2 protecting, trying not to strike out, just dribbled one up the third base line. Pompey made a great effort to try and come through that baseball, but Lujo gets another hit.
Yeah, just absolutely too much speed by Lujo, and Pompey was playing deep with 2 strikes. No chance really to get Lujo at first base, and almost one of those balls you wonder if he should just eat it.
This is Jordy Oriach, the DH. He's also putting up big numbers in SEC-only games, just under 400, and takes strike 1. Didn't start, but he did pitch in the game.
That's it, Greg.
Last night. That's a big man in that batter's box. Lefty-lefty matchup. Gibbler able to find the top of the zone for strike 2. Came back with a breaking ball, so back-to-back hitters.
Yeah, Billy, I've had that.
2 count.
Like they do like a thin slice salami type.
Comes set against his body. Pause before the 2-strike pitch. Knocked down by Helfrich.
Yeah, Brett, I'll tell you what, this Georgia team, I don't know if they look like they should be playing football or not, but how about Oriach? 6'5", 245. You're right, he definitely does fill up that left-hand batter's box.
Gibbler's pitch on the corner. Needed for strike 3.
Called that one.
So Gibbler works around an infield single, and the Razorbacks coming into bat.
All right, we're off and running. And our numbers shot back up. Imagine that. Good. Welcome back, everybody. We did have a super chat earlier. I didn't get to put up on the board. From Big Kurt Lampkins. Appreciate you, Kurt. Woo Pig Suey calling our hogs from Westlake, Ohio tonight. Salute to the Sarge for all your time, brother. Hey, we appreciate you, Kurt. And I don't know what you do for a living, but you were in Indiana last night and you're in Ohio tonight, so I'm going to assume you're driving a truck, maybe? Well, we appreciate you, brother. Stay safe out there.
That man be moving.
Yeah. Appreciate the 5 over on Twitch, too, hanging out with us.
It's really 7th best earned run average in the SEC entering play this evening.
Oh, Big
Yeah,
U.
Big U's got a big-time arm. He's going to sit mid to upper 90s.
Oh, is he cold?
98 before. You talk about his numbers. Opponent's only hitting 162.
Lady Backs look like they took the lead again, 5-4. Appreciate that, Eagles.
24 walks
And I meant to go over there, but during the commercial break and forgot.
If you can be effectively wild, hitters don't dig in quite as much.
Well, he's only given up 23 hits in those 41 innings, so the base runners sometimes are the ones he puts on. And Arkansas.
Anytime I see the word convoy, it reminds me of my grandfather played that old country song, Convoy.
We're in a convoy.
Ruiz, Souza, and New. Then Souza, Robinette at first, and Pompey back.
Or it makes me think of Smokey and the Bandit, one of the best movies ever made.
Yeah.
Fans stayed through.
Chase Smith becoming a member. Appreciate you, Chase. Welcome to the family, good sir.
A little bit of lightning, some sprinkles, but rewarded with baseball. And here's Carter Rutenbaugh. He got a hanging changeup last night, hit one over 400 feet for a home run, and Troy continues to put up impressive at-bats for a freshman.
Boy, he really does. I think the thing that really impresses me with Rutenbaugh is just his ability to lay off pitches that are down in the strike zone.
Jerry Reed, yep. That's who sang that song.
Will really expand that strike zone, and up to this point, Rutenbaugh hasn't.
We got graphics now.
Oh, they got it together. We're back.
Snaps one of the outside corner for a called strike. In fact, in home games this season,
Graphics on my TV too, Moobly.
Playing their 25th, Carter Rutenbaugh has the best batting average at Baum-Walker Stadium. 366.
Well, I tell you what, that first fastball.
Miss Tamra.
Had some insane
I think you missed yesterday, Miss Tamra. I didn't see you in here yesterday, Miss Tamra. I think you owe Sarge 20 push-ups for missing yesterday, Miss Tamra.
Florida. Pitched well, though. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, 7 Ks. A couple of starts ago, he fought his
all right, Kurt.
Against Mississippi
that
State
sounds pretty cool.
In the 3rd innings. Last year, he was a Michigan Wolverine. Spent a couple of years in Ann Arbor. Hard hit on the ground. Scooped by the second baseman. Wynn, able to make the play. This Georgia team
was you in here yesterday?
Defensively than Arkansas. They've made only 24 errors, but sometimes that doesn't always tell the true story. But that was
all right.
Might have taken a hit
I
away
stand
from
corrected.
To begin the bottom of the 1st inning.
Yeah, absolutely great play by Wynn right there. At this point, it's almost like you flush the preseason stats and you kind of go with conference only. But the
that's what it
Bulldogs
was. Okay.
12 errors in conference.
Well, you got to at least come say hi.
970.
Marshall, appreciate you coming, remember. Or subscribing to the channel. Welcome to the family.
Ryder, the lone Razorback in double figures in home runs with those 12. OPS over 1,000. Scored another run yesterday. He leads this team in runs scored. Tell you what, even sometimes when Vigu doesn't have a lot of movement, he
all right, Miss Amanda vouches for you. I will.
Nothing is straight that comes out of his hand.
You have no reason not to believe you guys.
Fingers on the side of the baseball.
Miss Vicky, good to see you.
Run into right-handers.
I'm just giving you a hard time too, Tamara.
Right there, I think Helfrich gave up on it. Thinks that's going to be outside, and it just tails right back over the corner of the plate, kind of little Greg Maddox-esque.
I was about to say, I think I saw her yesterday.
Yeah, okay. All right. She was here.
Hey, Sarge, she was here yesterday. I haven't seen Big Tiff in a while, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hope everything's all well with her.
Yeah.
Jackson just has a tremendous everything.
Yeah, he does.
She was pretty steady, too, so hopefully she just got busy with work or something.
Oh.
I
just got a big score in fantasy.
Able to wait back on it and collect his 40th hit of the season.
Not a screamer, caught that one off the
I am a little lightheaded and have a headache this evening, Tamara, so maybe I am tripping.
It's his ability to keep that barrel in the zone for
I don't claim to have a good memory either, so.
Gives you a chance against some of those off-speed pitches. Brings up Kojal. Thought he had a homer last night when he ripped a ball to right into the wind, had to settle for a sac fly, and finished 0 for 3. It's interesting with Kojal because, Troy, he leads this team in hits with 45. But the SEC-only games have not been friendly, and that's been kind of a storyline for Arkansas on the season. Koschel hitting 185 in league games. It's rare, I think, this deep into a conference season to have those two stats both be true.
Yeah, I think so. And, he might be pressing a little bit. And
yeah, it does a number on me,
when the offense
Eagles.
of the Razorbacks was struggling a little bit, I think he put a little extra pressure on himself because he's one of those guys that was still hot at that time, and I think it kind of had its effect.
Down the line
boy, we needed that to be fair.
To me, it does feel like there have been some games where he's made really good contact. It hasn't always been rewarded. Felt like at times Helfrich was the unlucky Razorback.
Look at that, Joe G. mullet for that little youngster.
Camden Koschel. But I think when Arkansas started this win streak, to me it coincided with DVH.
Business in the front and party in the back.
I'm guessing privately.
Joe G. style.
Starting assignment anymore. I mean, you get to that point of the year where even if you've been a starter last year or this year, if you don't play well, you might not be in that lineup the next day.
Yeah, they kind of lit a fire under this.
Stan, good to see you. Glad you're here.
Koschel takes strike 3. I don't think he was expecting.
Better watch out. Joe G might get on you in the Discord.
That's why I purposely said it.
And there's 2
Wow.
There it is. That's what I was looking for.
That's a breaking ball with a spin rate over 2,500.
Hey, you wear that with pride, sir.
Just give up on it as it comes out of the hand.
Oh,
and then
we lost cameras.
Right back over
yes,
the
we did.
Backdoor action to it as well. And it brings up Damian Ruiz.
There,
Come on, ESPN.
It's the weather. The shit is all wet, probably.
Different Razorback to bat in the cleanup spot. That feels like a high number. You know, sometimes you have 1 or 2.
Oh, it's coming in Discord.
But he has become.
Ooh, scary.
Since he returned after missing 6, he's also reached base at least twice. So he's taking kind of that on base.
That's the next emoji I'm going to put in there.
He's just been thrown into the
Moderator Joe G with his mullet.
Yeah, I guess
and we're going to have mullet power.
Get on base, but yeah, it just talks about
the bulletproof mullet.
The bulletproof mullet.
Anything he can to try to get some run production. And,
watch your language, Sarge.
8 different guys in that 4 spot. It's pretty.
I'm watching it. I'm watching it go right into the mic and out to you guys.
No longer is what you thought it was 10 or 15 years ago. Even this weekend, it was Judge and Trout both batting second in their lineups for the Yankees at Angels.
Yeah.
However, you still think
I said shit.
Top 3 or 4.
I said their shit is probably wet.
Going to get a lot of RBI
you just said shit again.
But to have 8 different cleanup hitters this year, and we're only basically in mid-April.
Yeah, it's definitely very unusual, and Helfrich's getting a lot of attention by Vigneault over there at first base.
Stan, welcome. Appreciate you becoming a member. I think I called you a member earlier when you subscribed, so I appreciate that. Welcome to the family, good sir.
Jackson pounced on it, gunned him down at third last night.
Matthew not laughing.
Spun out a couple times, just trying to get back to the bag.
That watch your language reminds me of that one South Park episode.
It's a long flip to win, but it forces Helfrich to end the inning. Each team with a hit in the first.
Where the kids are all arguing in the classroom.
Yeah, let's see what the girls are doing real quick during this commercial break.
You'll have to maybe fast forward it.
No, it's live. It's 5-5.
Owners on top for the first time
tonight. 6-5, Oklahoma now.
I mean, that's the kind of at-bat that Patty Gasso, her heart just must be singing about that.
A
freshman pinch hitting in this environment, tie game against a top 6 team, and taking some close pitches to get a pitch out over the heart of the plate, a rise ball that just did not wiggle enough to give her team the lead. That at-bat right there is a big deal for the freshman and for this OU team.
Oh, yeah. I got it up on the other screen. Right now they're doing video game commercials.
Pinch run for her. Pushing all the right buttons so far tonight. She will, in fact, pinch run for the pinch hitter who gives Oklahoma
John there in game 1.
Despite trailing 4-0 earlier in the game tonight.
Sydney Barker is just going to go ahead and re-enter as McDaniel had hit for her in that 8th spot, so she will re-enter.
You need to tell them other girls let you eat, young lady.
Abby Dayton will come to the plate for Oklahoma.
She'd like to run on the
team.
team.
Don't let her position in the lineup fool you. One of the most dangerous 9 hitters you will find on any roster in any league. 446.
It's back.
With 37 runs batted in.
All right, we'll switch back over to the boys. Gosh dang it. I gotta mute before I go. I don't know why it won't let me mute my tab now for some reason. There's got to be a setting for that or something.
Now Wes Johnson knows his team needs to win the next 2 games if they're to win this series.
The women's game is so much louder.
Yeah, I don't understand the deal with that.
Probably, arguably, 2 of the best starters in the whole league, and they can really pitch it.
Here's Henry Allen, another one of those double-figure home run hitters, though, for the Bulldogs. Let's say a young man that's a little bit confused. He grew up in Auburn, Alabama. Then he went to Mississippi State, and he finds his way to Georgia.
Yeah, that's trying to figure out where your loyalty lies right there.
That one's ripped to left. He ambushed a pitch
Ooh,
from
we got that one.
Sends one to the hog pen. Henry Allen starts the scoring with home run number 12, and that's what this Georgia Bulldog team does. They swing for the fences and create some impact.
Sir, I'm going to need you to button that top button.
77 feet
that
of
ball.
Henry Allen.
Ojal's got his chili meat hanging out, too.
I mean, 477.
We got women in our chat.
Hit that far, but hit it
They don't need to see that.
Can that be right?
That was unbelievable.
They might actually want to see that.
There was a 514-foot home run this year from UCLA and Iowa.
Hey, enough with all the Magic Mike stuff there, sir. Just get in the dugout.
County, but at 477, that's at least 10 or 15 feet further than the longest homer that's
He
been
left
hit
that ball
in the
up
big
there.
leagues this year at 460-ish.
I mean, you can't blame Allen to watch that one a little bit. I mean, I would have to stand there at home plate for at least 10 seconds. My goodness.
Well, yeah, you could do that, and then I'm going to hit you the next time you come up.
Davidson transfer. Left on left here against Gibbler.
That's the way old school baseball would have been anyway.
91.
Miss Vicky, I know.
When they did lose that series to Florida, they did not hit.
See, Tamara's with me. She says, me too, sir, button that. Technical foul on him. That's out loud.
It was because that long ball was not prevalent against those Gators pitchers. Because here's what they've done in some of their series, in order. In Queens, in a 4-game series,
Vicky says, who says we don't?
Yeah.
Tennessee 5, A&M they hit 11. South Carolina.
Sarge said we're not streaming Chippendales live. All right.
I have a $1,000 mixing board, Greg.
That'll kind of figure out what happened against Florida,
and it's all the way up.
Here's one more for you.
I've boosted it as much as I could.
This year, it's really kind of Georgia's offense against Arkansas's pitching, at least if you want a subplot. Entering action yesterday. And O'Shaughnessy hits one hard that Sousa will come up with. Able to pop up and throw out O'Shaughnessy. It's a nice play from Nolan Sousa.
Oh,
that's right, Miss Vicky. You're only as old as you feel, Miss Vicky.
We talked about just hard hit balls by the Gators. How about 102 by Michael O'Shaughnessy? And that's when it helps to have a 6'3" second baseman.
Good play, Sousa.
Smooth, baby. To pop up out of that dive.
Again, to be 6'3" and be that athletic at that position, that's pretty impressive.
Here's Ryan Wynn, homered last night, a couple of years at Wofford. Takes one for a low strike. But Troy, entering action last night, Georgia had scored as many runs in the first 4 innings of their season as their opponents had done in the entirety of 9+, because there had been a few extra inning games. So 10 innings in what the Bulldogs had scored in the first 4 over the season.
He says he feels like he's 82. Man, that's crazy. Weren't you the quarterback somewhere, like 8 years ago?
Gibbler, though, would like to bounce back and sit down 3 in a row. So 2 pitches downstairs.
Well, if you rewind to yesterday's game.
Oh yeah, I'll look into that after this stream. It's volume master extension. YT, can you write that down?
I think if you can just hold them to single-digit home runs or just single home runs, that's big.
Wynn expands the zone, waves and misses, and that is strikeout number 2 for Gibbler.
I don't know if that works with the Mac, though.
Yeah, that could be the only problem is it has to be able to work with a Mac.
because they look at that release point and they go, okay, that could be the cutter that's going to drop down in for a strike.
I think you're right. There's Colby Branch, the shortstop. Colby Branch has hit 13 homers out of the 8 spot. Troy, he is at 49 in his career.
When I did the flow stream,
that's an 8-hole hitter.
I had my,
that is more than any Razorback.
like with Windows, you can download like Dolby Atmos and boost all your sound and blow your eardrums out.
So remember the storyline when Zach Stewart hit his 50th. He was one of a very small list of players active.
But I couldn't hear you talking if you were talking.
At least 200 hits. Well, Branch is at 231 in the hit column, so if he gets to the nifty 50, he'll join that list as well.
Yeah, that's definitely going to happen.
Knocked down by Pompey, able to pick it up flat-footed. Throws to first to retire Branch.
Good job,
In the
Pompey.
inning. But Henry Allen with a long solo homer to start the scoring in the Bulldogs with a
run ruling Mississippi State. So Oklahoma coming into this series knowing that, man, we're a little bit down. We lost that game to Texas. We lost that game to Oklahoma State. Now we have to face another tough challenge against an Arkansas team that is showing some fight, playing with some gusto, and their offense is scoring a bunch of runs. And that Mississippi State pitching staff has one of the best pitching staffs in the country that they score those 18 runs off of in 2 games.
You can add it to your Chrome.
1-1 to Kennedy Miller.
I'll have to do it after the show.
You can. I was going to say you can do it right now.
Has been so good on the road, not just this year, but since 2020. The only current team in the SEC with a better road record is Oklahoma, who of course joined the league last year.
Okay.
And now Jen Rocha, the Oklahoma pitching coach, out of the dugout.
Let me get back to the boys' game, so I don't have to try to switch in the middle and try and do this.
Yeah, you're fine. It automatically does it. All right, open another tab.
If you have an infection,
type in volume master extension. And the top one should be Chrome. It should be volume. It should show Volume Master Chrome Web Store. You'll open that, and then you'll install an extension, and then you'll go to your extensions tabs right next to where you type in the website. And it'll show Volume Max, Volume Boost. You click on that, and then you can turn it up from there.
Okay, now I got it installed. Now do what now?
Go to the little puzzle piece looking thing to the right of where you would enter a web page.
Yeah.
Click that, and it should be on a pull-down tab.
Yeah.
Right there, it'll show Volume Max, and then you can click on it and then adjust it from there.
Okay, it did it.
So we'll have to play with it.
All right. Let me know when this gets good enough for you guys. It sounds better.
You'll have to put it back on the show.
That Souza went sprawling into third base, tore up the shoulder, and forced him to miss the rest of the season and the fall. He did not get cleared to swing the bat.
You guys get any better sound on this?
So when I said to him around the batting cage yesterday, I said, hey, wasn't it? He goes, yes. I said, I didn't finish. He goes, yeah, it was Georgia last year. And
Is that louder?
Skies another one down the line and left, and the winds will work that well back and on a play.
Yeah, I don't think everybody, fans and even coaches alike, realized how bad that shoulder was torn up in that dive back to third base by Nolan Souza. And again, he has worked tremendously hard to
just let me know if it gets too loud.
Get back. I mean, the throwing motion's kind of three-quarters.
Definitely going to be way louder with the women's.
Slot,
yeah.
But he's really starting to feel it offensively.
Take strike 3. Figure continues to get some late movement and run on his pitches.
You'll just have to go full
That's
screen
the
now.
second strikeout.
Well, that backdoor slider cutter has been really vicious. Watch this thing. It looks like it's going to start off the plate, and then it just really just knifes right down into the zone. That is absolutely filthy.
Does that keep it from going all full screen?
Arkansas faced him a couple of years ago at Globe Life. And it's one where probably feels a little more than a couple of years ago as Mike Anu steps in and takes a big
mine
wave
still
at a
goes
miss.
full screen.
But it was on the 2024 season. Laughlin had a couple of base hits, but at least Arkansas has seen Vigu, and in a sense they saw a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it is. It is only for this tab, so it won't affect the women's game because I can see it up there on this tab.
And walking 6,
but now it won't let my.
But you're also seeing the movement we're seeing tonight.
Screen full screen.
It's special, and he looks like one of those guys that throws a heavy baseball.
It does.
And it just, I think it's the spin rate on
Press
the fastball.
F11.
And it just kind of has some sink, and it just kind of bears down and in on right-handers. It'd be interesting to talk to Jackson and say, what does your hand feel like after catching a game by Dylan Vigu?
No, it doesn't work either.
He's on Mac. If anybody knows what the problem is
Knew
with
a night
Mac.
ago went 1 for 3. Michael looked at me before the series started, and he went 0 for 9 at Alabama. And he said, I need to stop hitting them where they are positioned, or I need to stop hitting them into the wind. And yesterday he had a swinging bunt for a hit, and I said, hey, did that kind of balance it?
No, commercial break.
Didn't balance
Not
out.
yet.
Not yet.
I'm looking up a fix right now.
It's fouled away. But he did add he likes where he's at right now with his swing because, hey, we're kind of at that halfway point plus in the SEC where you've gone through the gauntlet and you know what's ahead in the home stretch is going to be equally as difficult, if not more so.
Try Control,
Yeah, I think so.
Command F.
I tell you what, I am super impressed so far.
Or
by
click the
Dylan
green
Vigu
button
and
at the
not
top
throwing
left corner.
anything straight.
That pitch backed up on him, but he got New to wave and miss. So back-to-back strikeouts to begin the bottom of the second inning.
Like you said, that was a cutter that didn't cut, but the result was outstanding. And we talked about him being effectively wild, and I think he has just enough where he's just not completely filling up the strike zone with everything. And the thing that's crazy is his spin rate on the fastball is almost as much as it is on his breaking balls.
Hold on.
They're tight.
He's got some wiffle
Because you
ball
might have to
tendencies.
restart your browser.
But as you mentioned, it's a heavy pitch, and you see that ball plop in for a strike to Stewart. Stewart did not play last night. It was Aloy in the DH spot. Stewart tonight. Stewart has the best batting average against non-con.
Yeah, right, Lego.
At 396. But again, part of the storyline for Arkansas, and this is something Dave has touched on over and over again in the last couple of weeks. There's some guys with some SEC numbers that he knows will probably get better as we go along, but they're deep enough to have a little bit of concern.
Right, and it's like you just keep riding a guy out that you know can hit, but he just hasn't shown it yet.
I think that's the question, isn't it?
And then I think the hard part for DVH is where do you play some of these guys to get everybody into the lineup?
Especially with Ruiz back and healthy. And listen, when he got injured with that patellar tendon, we thought it might be a long time before we'd see him again, maybe a month, and Dave might have believed the same thing, but all of a sudden he pops back into that Alabama series. He's moving well.
Yeah, it worked. It got louder for you guys, which is great, but
it's no
now
longer really
it won't go full screen.
Always needed in the outfield, or if you put him out there.
But I'll see if I can
Stewart
do something with it during the commercial break.
Or Robinette has to sit at first if Rutenbar plays first base.
Right. It's definitely a chess match that Dave Van Horn has to make, and I think that's why he really just locks into every batting
practice. What if you press
F just to see how guys are swinging back?
Here's a payoff pitch to Stewart. Clubs one high and foul down the line and left and out of play.
Brett, I'll tell you something else. The way this wind is blowing, and it's typical Baum Walker Stadium, basically from right field foul pole to left field foul pole.
Basically
might push something out down the left field line, but boy, fly balls and pop-ups, it could be an absolute adventure tonight.
No, I think not only with the wind, but it's that time of the night. There's a pitch, too much movement, and Stewart able to take it for ball 4. First walk from Big U.
It lets me do it on mine, but I'm also on Windows.
For the Razorbacks.
I just zoomed in
one
for
thing
the
that's
stream.
tough. When you've got tremendous movement, you're just trying to fill up the strike zone with a fastball, and it starts down the middle, and it finishes 6 inches off the plate. That's tough.
Looks good to me.
It's like me trying to guide my
zoomed in a
slice
little bit
into the fairway.
Just on eCam,
That doesn't work very well.
To the commercial.
Reese Robinette batting in the 8th spot in this Arkansas lineup. Homer and 19 knocked in. Looks to strike 1.
And that's a fastball that almost has 2,500 spin rate.
I mean, we see some pitchers with
electric.
breaking balls that don't have that much
exactly.
spin. So that's where you get some of the movement, whether it's backdoor, whether it's tumbling or sinking action that I think we've seen give these hitters fits as far as kind of a look when a ball finishes in a spot they didn't think it could possibly end.
Come on, Robinette, hit one.
If he could throw an inside fastball that starts kind of off the plate in, or that,
goodness,
that's just way too slow.
Exceptional.
Again, really good against the Florida Gators. Control problems 2 starts ago against Mississippi State. Looking pretty good so far tonight. Gets Robinette to wave and miss. That's 3 strikeouts in the inning for Big U. Around the walk, couple of innings complete.
All right, let me see if I can get this fixed while we're. Yeah, it's just that tab that it's on, because the other tab was going full screen with no problem. So for some reason with that tab on, with that on that, it won't go full screen. It won't remove my top bar. So that is not going to work.
It looked just fine with you zoomed into it.
Yeah, but you can still see the top of the screen. And I can't go in much more. Right there, as far as I can go.
Runs number 1.
It's off the chart with the 102 home runs this early in the season. And again, they have an offensive ballpark. Wes Johnson definitely said that, and we asked him, in the call before the series, and said, "Are you surprised by the power you have?" And he goes, "No, not really." He said, "We knew we have some guys that can really swing the bat, and they've got some physical specimens on this team as well."
Even Ryan Black, 6 home runs in the 9th spot, facing Gibbler, lifting one very high in the air to center field. Does New see it? He did not. Every once in a while they deke you just for fun, but he truly didn't see it.
Yeah, you mentioned it, that this is the time
he
of night.
He didn't see it, he would have dropped it, you idiot.
Above the lights, it just almost disappears. And Camden Kojal started pointing at it, and then he thought that New saw it. I think the infielders are just going to have to point it out for about the next 30 minutes.
Here's Trey Phelps. Troy, when I saw him hit last night, Phelps, I had an immediate comp. Not necessarily from true yesteryear, but sort of. I want you to look at his stance. You see where those hands are, the way he sets up, and he's going to smoke one to third that Pompey will make the catch. for out number 2.
Are you thinking Gary Sheffield?
Well,
no, Gary Sheffield did the
he
hand
did.
above what?
Only.
Oh, Eric Davis.
Eric Davis.
There you go.
How about that
The
right
big
there?
red
Is that Eric
machine.
Davis?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, you see where the hands are. He was thin, but he could run. He could hit for power. And the funny part is, you saw me go talk to Phelps today, but you didn't know what I was saying.
Uh-huh.
And I went down there and I said, hey, by the way, have you ever heard of Eric Davis? And he looked at me like, who are you and what is Eric Davis? As Daniel Jackson comes in, I said, hey, I'm going to tell you, drop a Google on Eric Davis tonight.
So did we turn it up so we could listen to the stupid announcers some more?
It's not just the red uniforms. It's the hands.
Yes.
Well, I've got to tell you, Brett.
You got it right, too. I
Yeah.
thought you might get it right. Normally, I have no confidence in you.
Yeah.
As Gibbler just misses to Jackson.
Thanks for the vote of confidence
No,
there
I
and
was
or
right.
lack thereof. But I actually swung that like that my sophomore year, and then my
Didn't
junior
work?
year I couldn't. It worked great my sophomore
Okay.
year. Then I hit nothing but fly balls my junior and had to move the hands up higher.
Gibbler's falling behind Jackson 3-0.
I'm not saying I'm not a Trey Phelps. I don't have near his
Did you have
talent.
that necklace around your
No,
neck?
I did not have.
That thing's
I
massive.
didn't have the bling that he's got. I just didn't have the cool factor.
No, that's true as well. 3-0 pitch. That's a low strike against Jackson. Who is tied for first in home runs in this league, second in runs batted in, second in slugging percentage. It seems like the MVP in this SEC at this point might be between him and Caden Sorrell of Texas A&M. Sorrell is first in slug and second in runs batted in. He also has 17 home runs. But the one thing Jackson does really well, Troy, is run. And even Wes Johnson told us about his 18 stolen bases. He's never really had a catcher like him that can do the things like Jackson does as far as steal bases.
Well, here's the crazy thing is he's not just fast for a catcher. He's just fast. I mean, he runs like a 6.5 60 and which is really, really fast. I mean, just super athletic. And you better watch out because when he goes, he's pretty darn successful. How about 18 of 19 in stolen bases?
Well, that's where I was heading as Lujo steps in, the Dayton transfer. Because this is a Georgia team that, quite frankly, does not run. With one exception, in a power hitting team, their best power hitter is their best runner, at least from a stolen base standpoint. Now, that's even more unusual. Gibbler issued the 2-out walk, and I would say normally, did that hit him? It did. Got him on the foot for Lujo. Walking a power hitter with the bases empty and 2 outs isn't the worst scenario, but Troy, there's no give behind him in this lineup.
Yeah, it just keeps coming. And, again, you just don't want to dig yourself into a hole if you're a Razorback pitcher because of that power. I mean, you put a couple guys on in one big swing and you blink and it could be 4-0.
By the way, that's the 83rd time this year the Georgia Bulldogs have been hit. When you hit a lot of homers, you might get hit a lot. That's about 2 a game.
Well, and I don't think it's on purpose with the team. I think that they're just trying to be so careful and not throw it down the middle of the plate that sometimes you're going to plunk some guys when you're trying to nibble.
We're just trying to back guys off the dish every once in a while as Oriach takes strike one. He struck out looking against Gibbler back in the first. Now he's down in the count, 0-2.
Horach didn't like that one. That was a fastball down and in, and really good job by Ryder Helfrich, and he might have stolen a strike. Now you can't, if you're Gibbler, you have to keep this one completely out of the strike zone.
Oriach a season ago was at New Mexico. Led the team in runs, hits, doubles, runs batted in, OPS, and finished first in the Mountain West in hits and doubles and runs scored and on base and slug. He's up on that tippy toe, stands upright in the box and hooks one on the ground into right for a base hit. Rutenbar was way over in the gap, so he has no chance to get Jackson, and the Bulldogs have made it a 2-0 game. And Troy, that was a 2-strike hit where Oriach just covered a lot of the plate and served one between Sousa and Robinette.
Boy, I tell you what, it's really nice when you have the height that Oriach does to be able to get to this baseball. I mean, he used every bit of 6'5" and that arm span to go down and get that one down and away.
So a quick visit from Matt Hobbs.
But the walk comes around to score. Those free base runners just definitely come back to haunt you.
You know, Gibbler had retired 5 in a row, Troy, before that walk to Jackson, and all of a sudden it's walk, hit batter, and a single, and George just made it a 2-0 game.
Well, then the other thing that happens is the runner goes from first to third. Now, if you're Gibbler, you really, and you've got a pretty good backstop back there, but you kind of think twice about like spiking one, especially with 2 strikes.
I think it has to be a little bit of a concern. I think Arkansas has done more damage scoring on wild pitches and pass balls this year than any team in the universe.
It's part of their offense, I believe.
They don't want to give it back. They don't want that number to even up.
Kind of like takeaways in football, right?
Exactly. Henry Allen takes the ball. Troy, his homer against Gibbler in the second. TrackMan read it at 477. Now, I think TrackMan has a little bit of a estimation to it, but that ball was, I don't know, above the bleachers, maybe in that area in the hog pen.
I will say I think it was compressed a little bit.
Yeah, it was
that
indeed.
Is probably a good statement.
It was home run number 103 on the season for the Georgia Bulldogs. That compares to 54 for Arkansas. And I think the concern is sometimes, and you pointed it out, you'll live with a few solo home runs. It's when a couple of guys get on base, too, that you're concerned about Allen finding number 2 somewhere in the hog pen.
I just put Allen on right here. It's 3-0. You've got a left-hander on. I don't make Gibbler throw another pitch. I just put a 4 up. And just try to deal with O'Shaughnessy.
Runners on the corners, 3-0 pitch, and that was skipped, and Helfrich did a nice job to come up with it. May have saved a run, but now the bases are loaded.
Yeah, Gibbler did not want any part of Allen on that at-bat. But here's the key. If I'm O'Shaughnessy, I'm pretty aggressive on this first pitch. I'm going to probably cut that plate in half. I'm going to probably maybe look something middle in that I can just absolutely hammer.
You see the 10 home runs. He bounced out to Souza in the second. Nolan made a nice play. Should have been aggressive. That's strike 1. A year ago at Davidson, Troy, 17 homers, 70 runs batted in. I think what Georgia's doing with their transfers, a little bit like what every team in this league's trying to do. They're trying to figure out how those mid-major numbers might look in the SEC when you're facing quality pitching on a regular basis. It's going to loop one out to center field. Mike Anu won't get there. It's going to take it on a bounce. A run will score. Here comes the throw to the plate. It bounces a couple of times, but it's still in time to cut down Oriach. That throw took its sweet time bounding towards the plate, but Helfrich applies the tag, but the Bulldogs get a couple of runs in the inning.
Boy, watch this jump by Mike Anu, Brett. He bounces right there. Great throw right on the money for the cut down at the plate.
We needed that. Now we got to go hit.
Hog pen.
I don't see anybody turning those down
No, I
either.
don't
They must be good.
Well, Arkansas staring at a 3-0 deficit, and they have just one hit through a couple of innings as Pompey, Rutenbar, and Helfrich come to the plate against Dylan Vigue has been really good. And Wes Johnson bringing the trainer out to the mound, Troy.
Gosh, you hope that Vigue's okay and Wes Johnson sees something that he doesn't like, or he just wants to talk to his right-hander to make sure that everything's okay.
You wonder if maybe they were tipped off between innings that Vigue was bothered by something, or whether they noticed something on one of those warm-up pitches. And obviously Wes's background, Troy, is in pitching, so it's a head coach with an incredible pitching background. So he probably sees the game a little bit differently than a lot of other head coaches. And he's locked in with some of his guys, and usually this is one of two things. It's I'm not feeling good and you need to make a change, or I'm fine, go back to the dugout. But this seems to be
this is a long conversation, and Wes Johnson always has his players put above anything.
Welcome
He's like, hey, I want to make sure that my pitcher is comfortable, that there's not any injuries.
I thought maybe if there was a concern, they might have him throw a couple of pitches and observe from the mound. But what's interesting is Wes Johnson has left, but the trainer is not.
But there's nobody in the Georgia bullpen. That's the whole thing.
There's about to be some activity, I believe, in that bullpen. Nothing like an energy drink, too, to get you rolling in the...
Al said he may have diarrhea.
He's coming off the mound.
Coming off the mound.
Wow, man. You hate that for him.
His stuff was really electric for the first couple of innings, but he will not start the third. So it's a pitching change break and maybe an extended one at that before the Razorbacks hit in the bottom of the third inning.
Wow.
I hate to see that. Another commercial.
This little light of mine.
Shut your mouth or you'll be fired.
Stop the cap.
It may not be a bad thing for the Hogs because he was tearing us up, so we can go after their next pitcher and get in that bullpen. Stop it, Stephen. Nobody loves that song, that commercial. Take a look at your radar, YT, and see if there's anything getting close. They were losing 8-5, Arky. He's Grumbles.
I'm not seeing anything until about 10:30.
Okay. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Y'all are gonna get hammered.
Yeah. The dog is calling the Hogs.
Vigue eventually walked off, and then, as you pointed out, there was nobody in the Georgia bullpen. So they have to get guys to the pen even before they started warming up, and I don't even think we've gotten to that point yet.
No, they're just down there in the bullpen stretching, and you can see just trying to get loose because the way that Dylan Vigue was throwing, nobody thought that they were going to come in for at least 30 or 45 minutes.
Well,
so
you get the unlimited number of warm-up tosses, but we haven't even gotten to the point where we've started throwing in the bullpen.
Yeah, this could be
I have those right now, but
like
you don't see me leaving the desk.
It
was Caden Aoki who was limbering up just a bit in the bullpen, but as you can see, now he's going to the bands. And
I got it clinched
keep
tight.
in mind there is the possibility of weather later on tonight, and we did start about, I don't know, you'll see Wes Johnson down there as well. We started an hour and 15 minutes later than our original start time.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get this
game. That's a really
game
good move by Wes Johnson because he wants to reiterate to his pitcher, he's like, there is no reason to rush this process. So I think everybody, if you're in that situation, even like you see a pinch hitter sometimes, that they'll go up there, they might take one practice swing and, okay, I'm ready to hit. Well, not really. You need to loosen up a little bit more than that, but especially pitchers, because you do not want Aoki to injure himself trying to get there too fast.
I would agree completely, but at some point you got to start throwing something, don't you?
Yeah.
In the bullpen.
He might. Now the next thing might be is a weighted ball against the wall or something. The bands are getting to work out.
I mean, now we're back to this thing again. Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Right. Now, I would say rushing things is not a concern right now for the Georgia Bulldogs. You know, this game is a really a heavyweight matchup entering this series. You're thinking about a Georgia team that had not lost a series until this past weekend against the Florida Gators.
I had Bobby go 6 innings for me.
In Arkansas.
They're both. I got 2 of them. They're both little full-blooded Ocelopsos, spoiled brats.
I'll tell you one thing though, Brett. If you're Nate Thompson, you've got plenty of time to talk to your hitters about the scouting report on Aoki. I mean, you've got
Sean, I feel for you, buddy.
No, you got time. You can go back to the locker room if you'd like to. You know, Troy, there's some star power on these 2 teams. That's evidenced by the fact you have good teams. And even some of the Golden Spikes, the midseason watch list. Ryder Helfrich was on that list. Daniel Jackson.
Ben Gay on him.
Interesting when I started to go back and look at the recent Golden Spikes winners. How about
some
this? We've
had
3 of the past 5 have been from these 2 teams, including that incredible year that Charlie Condon had 37 homers in 2024. We know Vahiva last year was Arkansas's winner, and then Kevin Kopps. But if you go back even further with Andrew Benintendi,
Hey, Sarge, thank you for your service. My dad was a crew chief on a Huey with Arkansas Guard.
Tremendous
thank you
talent from these programs.
Shout out several weeks ago.
I don't think he was a Golden Spikes.
Oh, no worries, man. Appreciate you being here.
A guy like Gordon Beckham who played at Georgia was just
thank you, Dad, for his service.
Well, how about a Georgia native, Kyle Lewis, in 2016 for Mercer?
Right.
Won the Golden Spikes. And what's interesting, I think when you talk about the guy who's leading in the clubhouse, as the Bulldogs are just going to go ahead and come back into the dugout, I think the leader would have to be Landon Hairston of Arizona State, who has 23 homers in 39 games. And the question is, could he possibly catch Condon's 37 home run campaign, that number from a couple of years ago?
Yeah, it's pretty big, something to think about. And then you think about a guy that has an all-time home run leader in college baseball, Pete Incaviglia, with 48 home runs at Oklahoma State.
I feel you,
Boy, I tell you what,
how long does it take to warm somebody up?
Destroy a baseball.
Well, him being a starter, he's got to go through his whole routine.
For Landon Hairston, when he was about to be born, his father Scott played
in
the big leagues.
Playing the rain game.
His uncle Jerry Hairston Jr., of course, played. Father Jerry Hairston.
Well, that's fine.
Sr.,
it doesn't start raining until
Sam
11.
Played in the Negro Leagues. But when Landon was about to be born,
it says that.
My son was 2 and a half, and I would tell Scott and his wife, hey, do you want to take my kid for the weekend to see if you're parent ready? I should have given my kid to him for a longer stretch because
he could have been a guy that hit tremendous home runs.
Yes. So I knew
their
Landon
starting
before
pitcher
he was
got
born.
hurt, Timothy, and they took him out, and they didn't have nobody warming up, and we're waiting for the guy to warm
Bulldogs
up.
and Razorbacks in recent years, but right now we're in a waiting situation with Aoki throwing down in the bullpen. And Troy, I think he's finally gotten up on the mound, but because this injury to Vigu, I guess, probably came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
it has thrown this game into a grinding halt.
Yeah, even the our great crew was looking to see if they could see anything. If they could see anything about him when he was warming up, which was Vigu, and they said they did not see any kind of grimace or anything. So it must have been something pretty slight, but I wonder if that was maybe Jackson the catcher or if something that Wes Johnson saw. But I tell you what, you just hate that for Dylan Vigu.
Funny thing is, Matt Hobbs told me a couple of weeks ago that sometimes with the metrics they have available on their tablets in the dugout, they might look at something beyond just release speed to give you an indication if a pitcher's tiring,
at the top of this inning,
or if there's something really wrong. You might have an indication based on some of the analytics or data you're getting
between the innings
and paying attention to in the dugout.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Matt Hobbs says before we jump into the RPI right here, but he even talked about like extension. You know, he said, okay, hey,
you get tired.
You get tired. You're not getting the extension. And he goes, that's a sign that we look at to see if this pitcher needs to come out of the ballgame.
Well, hey, here's your RPI in Georgia. Maybe a little bit of a surprise there at 20. But, Troy, it was a couple of weeks ago. Arkansas was in that mid-50s range. And when you talk about trying to be a host, one of the 16 sites for a regional, you don't want an RPI in that 40-50 range. And with this win streak, the Hogs have jumped it up to 31.
I think it was as high as 59, Brett. It was pretty ugly.
I think you're right.
But, they swept Alabama on the road, who had a number 2 RPI rating at the time. They're 5. So that was a tremendous boost for them. And if they can find a way to win 2 or 3, even here at home against the Georgia Bulldogs, I mean, I think that's going to be another thing that's going to continue to push them up the ladder.
I would agree. We'll see how these numbers change going forward for Arkansas. That's big that they moved up to
Your fantasy
31.
team looks like it's having a strong
Funny
comeback
thing is,
here,
you look
Sarge.
at UCLA, number 1, and Troy, they had their 27-game win streak ended midweek. They didn't lose in the month of March. They had not lost in April. They fell to Santa Barbara on Tuesday. The interesting part was
you brought it
they
within
were wearing
181.
their Jackie Robinson uniforms. They play in
181.
Jackie Robinson Stadium.
Right.
Of course, he's an alum. And last Friday, though, was a bizarre game. There's nothing like a conference game, UCLA going to Rutgers. And their pitcher,
the mullet's
Logan
getting you this
Redeman,
week
Troy,
right
struck
now.
out 18, and it was in 8 innings.
Too much mullet
he
power.
didn't get the win. The Bruins had to win 4-1 in 14 innings, and UCLA struck out 30 in that game. 30.
That's just mind-boggling.
That's crazy.
This was a team that had a lot of talent as freshmen that they went in that lineup and took some lumps. Last year, they got to the World Series. They added Gasparino, Redeman. Rock Chalowski was right there with Vahiva Loy for some of the Players of the Year awards a season ago. But they have been number 1 in every poll this season. A 27-game winning streak. And right now, that's the team. Keep in mind, say Arkansas sneaks in as a 16 seed and they do get to host a regional, and if they win, they would more than likely line up with UCLA in LA for a super.
Yeah, and that's something that's just a scary proposition if you're Arkansas.
We're
but
doing a little inspiration talk down there to
would they
the
be
batters.
better off talking Arkansas? Would they be better off being a 2 seed somewhere else and not get matched up with UCLA?
You might be right. Go to Kansas, someplace else regionally. Obviously, Arkansas
Or you
had
think
good
he's
success
talking to him
when they
about
had to go
the
to
pitcher
Oklahoma
that's
State,
coming up?
because
Right.
you're not going to be a 2 seed
All
in
that.
another SEC regional.
Right.
So you'd have to face a team from the Big 12, ACC, or Big 10. Finish that thought.
When
though,
do they
in UCLA,
practice?
it would be fun if
In
Arkansas
series
did
is-
get a chance to go up
when
against
do they
the
have
Bruins,
time
but I
to
don't think you
practice
ever
for
want
the
to
game?
go up
They
against
don't.
the number 1 seed.
Ah,
Strength of
They'll have
schedule
a
for the
little
Hogs at
hitting session and maybe a
36.
little bit,
Right now, they're projected to be a 2 seed in Tallahassee.
early in the day
so
before the
again,
game,
they'd be a
depending
2
when the
seed,
game
but
starts.
outside of the
Gotcha.
region. And it looks like maybe Caden Aoki is.
Oh, now he's going
Well,
to
it
walk.
looks like it's got a little bit of rain. Can you see? Look at the rain and the.
Oh goodness!
Yep, here
We've
comes the
waited long
rain.
enough that now the rain has come back.
You can see it sprinkling
Yep.
on the green wall. There it
Hey,
is.
Poppy.
There it is. Let's just throw another factor into this.
I mean, we've
That's
had
what they
some
were waiting on.
twists
They were
and
trying to
turns
do it
in
on
this
purpose.
game, and we had a shot a couple of moments ago of Nate Thompson surrounding the hitters in the dugout, and I'm sure they were going over a scouting report, an in-game conference or meeting for Aoki, and before he could even get there, Troy, if this
It's
pieces
starting to come down pretty
of
good.
I mean, if they had to pull the
shiitake
tarp after he
mushrooms.
took, that time to get ready, it would really throw his outing out of whack.
Yeah, this is
Goodness
pretty
gracious.
wild. But a little bit about Caden Aoki. He has thrown in his career. How about this number? 253 2/3 innings in his college career. He's going to sit right around 90 miles an hour with that fastball. Has some run with it. Really, really good control does Aoki have. You can see the Huntington Beach native. Some just really good stuff. And again, he's a guy that he's not going to overpower you. He's just going to fill up the zone.
So waiting for Aoki to throw on the mound, and let's all hope that the sprinkles and the rain stops. That's what he did against Florida. 3 hitless and scoreless innings with a walk and 5 strikeouts.
Well, that's what you expect out of Aoki is command, only the 1 walk on those 45 pitches. And that might have been one of those ones that you almost pitch around somebody in a lineup. Okay, now who's the comp pitcher do you think he looks like?
What do you got?
I got Dennis Martinez.
I do too. El Presidente El Perfecto.
That's right. Got some lookalikes in this ball game.
Sprinkles have stopped. I think TJ Pompey ready to head to the plate. We talk about how this league will test you week in and week out. And teams that one week they get swept, that sweep the next week. TJ Pompey going into that Alabama series was 1 for 16. He finished the weekend as the SEC Player of the Week, 6 for 12, a couple of home runs, 8 homers on the year. And Troy, he's really kind of changed
Pompey.
something mechanically that we might have a chance to watch depending on how long this at-bat might go from Aoki. Here's the first pitch. He's going to foul one back and out of play. He's talked about getting into his back leg.
Yeah,
you could see him kind of squat or sink as he gets ready to swing.
Yeah, he has definitely got down in his legs. I think that's where the power's come from. But the upper body has stayed very quiet, and he's not jumping toward the pitcher. That body's not floating out toward the mound.
Well, they're related because he mentioned, Troy, when he wasn't getting into that back leg or hinging that back hip, the body has to do something. And what it does to create a little momentum is drift forward. You don't have to go find
Big
the baseball.
Phil.
You have to wait for it to come to you. I think this keeps him a little more stationary. And you'll watch him all of a sudden as that pitch is about to be delivered. He will squat. He will sink a bit right here. And then just smokes one to third, but Phelps picks it. Pops up, throws to first. How about O'Shaughnessy? Outstanding on both ends of a play that TJ Pompey hit a ball 109 off his bat.
You cannot hit a ball any harder, and what a great play by Trey Phelps. 109, again, just absolutely scorched. And again, love how Trey Phelps took his time. He did kind of throw one in the dirt, and that's a great stretch by O'Shaughnessy.
What a play. Sometimes you don't see those plays on the college game where it takes an incredible stop and then a pick, but you did there in the college game, and that is Rutenbar with a soft chopper to win. Aoki has recorded a couple of ground ball outs before he gets Ryder Helfrich, who has Arkansas's lone hit. Ryder hovering on the verge of getting to 300 or beyond again. Aoki comes with the curve and rolls it in for strike one.
Well, that's had some hang time on that
Sure
one.
did.
Almost 2,700 on the spin rate. Whew.
Georgia got a run in the second, couple of runs in the top of this inning. Vigu's out of the game, but the Hogs have some work to do. Then again, in that Alabama series that Arkansas swept, they were trailing 3-1, 3-1, and 2-0 over those 3 games. Sometimes late.
Yeah, I think so. They really exploded. I think the 8th inning was their inning that they just really went crazy on. And I think this is what you have to do against a really crafty righty. And Aoki is, you just got to see the baseball up in the zone. He's got so much sink and command. He is just going to try to get you to expand that strike zone and fish just a little bit.
See his jersey blown in the breeze as he delivers a 2-1 pitch that is off the corner to Helfrich. Ryder does have 38 walks. One of the more patient hitters, not just in this conference, but in the country. Tied for second in the league in base on balls. Aoki is a strike thrower, though, and he comes back to find the mark at the knees to run the count full.
Aoki's got Helfrich talking to himself.
Sure
now.
does. Ryder held some conversations with himself. 3-2 pitch is spanked out to right center field. Lujo on the move into a slide, and Troy, that's 2 fantastic defensive plays this inning for the Bulldogs.
Boy, the wind just continued to knock that baseball down. It looked like that Lujo was going to be able to catch that ball easily, and it just continued to fade away from him. I think Black almost gave up on that a little too quickly, but what a great range by Lujo.
That was a hell of a catch.
It was.
Was a hell of a catch. You know what we haven't shown, Sarge? Major Razor.
No. Let's see.
Goes back to work in the 4th inning against Wynn, Branch, and Black, 7, 8, and 9. We mentioned that Georgia finally lost a series last weekend to Florida. The same team, Troy, that swept Arkansas but lost to Jacksonville. Then lost to Bethune-Cookman after they took 2 out of 3 from Georgia. Wynn smokes one down the line and left, but it's going foul by a few feet. Think about Mississippi State. Arkansas, I think, was really happy to win that series against the Bulldogs.
Now, Josh, he's got
Then Mississippi State swept Vandy. They run-ruled Southern Miss. Swept Old Miss.
More
you
days,
thought, well,
yeah,
this is a really good team. Then they turned around. They got swept by the Georgia Bulldogs and swept by Tennessee. So you try to figure this league out.
You just can't. It's a whole lot of nonsense happening. I think just everybody beats up on everyone else, and it just shows how talented this team, like the Tennessee Volunteers, are really getting hot right now, playing some really good baseball under Josh Elander. And boy, I tell you, so the Missouri Tigers as well too. You know, a team that everybody kind of says, okay, well, they might be in the bottom part of the league, and they're playing some pretty good baseball.
Well, you know, Texas A&M, Troy, lost to Georgia at home,
it does, Josh.
2 out of 3, and they had lost 2 out of 3 the week prior to Oklahoma. As Wynn fouls one back and out of play, that will be out of the reach of Robinette. So then A&M swept Mizzou. They won 2 out of 3 against Vandy, and they took down Texas in both games last weekend before the 9-hour rain delay wiped out Game 3. And all of a sudden, they're right there with the Georgia Bulldogs. As a happy fan, I think we all understand why this league is crazier than ever. As Wynn takes a 0-2 pitch and hits it high in the air to left center field. New on the move, back into the gap. Wynn pushing it away from him, but he'll track it down. Wow, did he have to cover a lot of the acreage here at Baumwalker Stadium to make that catch.
I bet he ran 120 feet to catch that baseball. That was absolutely crazy.
I mean, he was over into right center and had to run all the way to left center field and didn't have to leave his feet. Here's Colby Branch. He bounced to third in his only at bat. It's a little bit out. We're going to take a look at that again. I want to finish that thought, though, on kind of this league. I think we understand, Troy, why everything is out of whack. I mean, money has kind of diluted teams being able to hold talent in reserve, so to speak.
That's awesome,
and
Josh.
Roster limits are a factor.
Sorry says congratulations.
There's player movement. But Matt Hobbs and I were kind of breaking this down the other day, and I said, give me one more reason why it's this chaotic. That's on the ground, sharply hit to Kojal. He's got it. Throws out Branch, and there's 2 gone. Let's go back, though, and take a look at how much ground Micah New had to cover to see where he set up.
Yeah, that is a kind of like a half-moon arc. I don't think he went straight to where the baseball is going to go. I think he was running out toward the batter's eye and then kind of made a left-hand turn.
Sure did. And there's 2 gone for Ryan Black. All right, so here's what Hobbs told me. And I think it made sense maybe to kind of dumb it down for guys like you and me who need things dumbed down.
Okay.
He said in years past, a good team might be able to play poorly and still win. He said, you're going to play well some days and lose. But if you don't play well and don't play well for a weekend, you're going to get swept.
Yeah.
You're not going to sneak a win out here or there.
Right.
Because the other teams are older. They're not intimidated by crowds. They've played 150 college baseball games. If you're not playing well one weekend, no matter who you're playing, you're in danger of getting swept.
Yeah, I think that's a really good statement. And again, we talk about being older, and I don't care where you're from, but if you have 150 or 200 at-bats under your belt and you come in the SEC and you can play, that's impressive.
It's a soft chopper to Robinette. He'll retire.
Good defense.
Ryan Black. Gibbler needed that one. A quick 1-2-3 inning. Arkansas back to bat in the bottom of the 4th. Down by
It just rained a little bit there, Josh, but it's past. But the bigger rain's coming in a couple, probably about an hour and a half. 2 hours. They better get to playing.
And I really hope that they show this spring football game.
And a little bit of everything. I feel like there's a few more twists and turns ahead. But for Camden Kojal, Troy, there have been a few twists and turns, and you're talking about batting average and the disparity. And I don't feel like Camden swung the bat poorly at all in league games, but the numbers haven't been, I'm sure, what he would like.
Right. I mean, the guy just has tremendous talent. And, again, I think he was really pressing early on in the conference season when so many Razorbacks were just completely off offensively.
Because this is still a guy who's 1 homer away from double figures in that category, 6th in the SEC in those runs batted in. Is that a swing? It is not. Jeff Head had a good look. Even the other day in that game in North Little Rock, Kojal scored the run to run rule UAPB by tagging on a pop-up that was in foul territory that looked like it was dropped. And you might be saying, what?
Well, first of all, it was caught about 5 to 10 feet behind the cut of the grass of the infield, where the infield dirt and the outfield grass meet. And it was caught and it was dropped on the exchange. It's like 100 feet away from home plate, and Kojal scores for the 10th run, 12th run, the
Right.
10-run rule. It was pretty crazy.
It saved him probably, half hour, 45 minutes, got him back on the bus and home. And I don't think many guys would have done that, though, outside of Kozel. His understanding, whatnot, he is going to swing and foul one from Aoki at the plate. But, I mean, there was some debate whether it was just simply dropped or it was caught and then the drop occurred on the exchange. Either way, when have you ever seen a game where it looked like a ball was dropped in foul territory that ended the game?
Well, and then the guy who caught it was all he was trying to be concerned with was, hey, I caught that ball and I dropped it on the exchange. He didn't even realize that the run was the 10th run.
It got a sac fly for the Razorbacks, and that one is skied high in the air, left center field. This is a long run for Lujo. My goodness, he finished in very shallow center. And Branch got out of his way for the first out. Bulldogs had a couple of sensational defensive plays last inning, and this was tougher than it looks as just an F8 in your scorebook.
If that was a punt, that had some tremendous hang time on it. I'll tell you what, and we all got around that ball with the way the wind's blowing and really kind of let that baseball come back to him. That's a really nice play.
There's Damian Ruiz, grounded out to end the first. And in this week of Major League Baseball, with all the teams wearing number 42 to honor Jackie Robinson, you probably noticed all year that Damian Ruiz has been wearing number 42.
Thank you for subscribe. Welcome to the family.
And it's not a coincidence. He wears it to honor Jackie Robinson. And it's a number, Troy, that you see a lot of maybe in high school or travel ball because individuals might want to honor Jackie in their own way. But you don't see it at the big league level outside of this week when all the teams wear it for a game.
Yeah, it's really cool tribute that what Ruiz has done right there.
His last couple of years at Lamar and then Houston Christian, he wore number 3, and he told me yesterday that, hey, I want to wrap up this college run by going back to 42 like I did in travel ball and honor Jackie Robinson.
It's a pretty good guy to model.
I would say so. That's a strike. Of course, the UCLA Bruins, so we touched on them earlier, they broke out their Jackie Robinson uniforms this weekend. It was the day that their 27-game win streak was.
That's so tough.
Don't you know somebody in the clubhouse is saying, hey, it's great, but darn it?
Yeah, let's wait and do that another time.
Because ball players draw a line between A and B without any hesitation. A causes B.
Oh,
that's
absolutely.
why,
a duck flew over the stadium and I went 0 for 3.
Yep, I agree. And it's without debate. It's like, well, that was the cause. That's why. We took a different route with the bus. The uniforms weren't hanging in the right spot,
I didn't wear my lucky socks.
Yes. Here's a payoff to Damian, and that is just outside. Well, the Razorbacks haven't had a base runner since Stewart walked in the second. That feels like yesterday.
It really does. And, again, with that 15-minute delay, I think that's kind of the approach that you have to have against Aoki is just be really patient. You have to see the ball up in the zone. He's going to be a guy that nibbles and just paints those corners. But you can't give up on the overhand breaking ball that's going to start about your bill as a hitter because it's going to end up in the strike zone. It's the one that starts at your waist and it's going to end up your toes that you have to lay off of.
I do feel like you're right. It's kind of a battle of wills when you face a guy like Aoki. Sousa takes one down. With what he has done this season and previously in his college career, he's thrown more than 250 innings in a college game.
A lot.
I mean, that's crazy. This guy like Peyton Paulette, who was here for 3 years.
He didn't throw 50.
Between being hurt and the COVID season, hardly threw it all. Or even
150
will be
innings
here for 3
in college
years
is
and probably
crazy.
not throw very many.
Hurt for 2 of the 3.
He's given Arkansas's hitters a lot to look at, though.
Ruiz kind of bluffed over there at first base. I think you're down by 3 runs. The wind's kind of died down, so I think if Arkansas does have some guys that can run one out of the yard, I don't think you run yourself out of an inning right here.
I've been saying this for a couple of weeks, though, in regards to Nolan Sousa. I feel like there's going to be a run of homers. He's hit well, certainly as of late, but has 2 homers on the season. We've seen him with kind of a line drive stroke really kind of be able to go foul pole to foul pole. but maybe there's more coming at some point. Ruiz is running, got a good break, got a good pitch to go on, and tumbles in there safely. Even down 3, I'm with you. He had to pick the right pitch so he didn't get thrown out to get his 11th stolen base of the season.
Yeah, that was a good job. Souza swung through that. I think that was definitely a hit and run. He was trying to protect his runner, but an absolute rocket by Jackson to make that play just even close when it shouldn't even have been anywhere near that.
We got to be careful with that, Sarge. We're not
Did
going
he
up
offer?
against the.
Yes, he did. Will Van Rapport says that is a swinging strike
What?
3.
That was not.
What?
Well, I don't think Nate Thompson and Dave Van Horn are very happy at all on that one. Let's see if that barrelhead comes across the zone.
Yep, it did.
Well,
Still one you got to appeal, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Two outs for Mike Anu, who struck out back in the second. That was against the starter, Vigu.
Well, I feel like if you're an Arkansas fan, you just feel like the Hogs need to push something across right here. Just get a flare down the right field line by New. Just something to get a run on the board and have some positive momentum. Again, only one base hit so far against these Bulldog pitchers.
come on,
Feels like
guys.
you're trying to settle in against Vigu, and all of a
Come
sudden
on,
then you get
Micah.
Aoki's throwing multiple pitches in different quadrants to try and keep these hitters off balance.
Well, both of the Georgia pitchers looked like they're throwing wiffle balls. It was Vigu who was throwing a 95-mile-an-hour wiffle ball.
It's on the ground but foul outside of third base.
Aoki's just throwing a bunch of spinning stuff and stuff. Neither pitcher is throwing anything that looks straight
No,
at this point.
not
They
even
have got
close.
some serious movement. I think New's going to see something that breaking ball or change up down in the zone, and that's where you're going to have to see if you can lay off this pitch.
It's off the corner. Last year, Aoki at USC was 6-4. 17 appearances, 16 starts, 90 strikeouts, and 97 innings. His strikeout to walk ratio last year was 6.5.
That's absurd.
I mean, 2.5 to 1 is really good. It's outside. The count has gone full to Mike Anu. Freshman year, Aoki started at Notre Dame. And that was a Fighting Irish team that went to the College World Series. So he has been at Notre Dame, USC, and now Georgia, and just misses to New. So a couple of walks this inning is give Arkansas a little bit of hope, and they'll bring the tying run to the plate in the presence of Zach Stewart.
I think that was an absolute great at-bat by Mike Anu. You've got a guy that has really nasty stuff that everything he throws looks like it starts in the zone then just knives down. And Arkansas's got a guy in Zach Stewart at the plate. Again, they said 50 home runs in his career.
Looks like the wind's blowing pretty good to me if you look at them trees
Definitely
back
hit
there.
it through the wind, but also shoot one out to left and left center.
Stewart walked in the second. Takes that floater for strike one.
Yeah, big overhand curve by Aoki right there. That's the one he likes to throw and get ahead in the count. Again, out of the hand, it doesn't look like it's going to be a strike, and now he's going to start it down the middle and really keep things under the knees of Stewart right here.
First to pick at second. Ruiz back in diving.
I think Ruiz kind of stood up a little bit too fast and really kind of got tangled up with Branch right there. I was kind of apologizing for, hey, I didn't mean to kind of come up and get in your grill.
Arkansas has stolen 6 bases so far this weekend. That is fair, fielded by O'Shaughnessy behind the base. Stewart retired. Arkansas strands a couple of runners. Bulldogs maintain a 3-0 lead here at Baum Walker.
Can't get the timely hitting going.
Nope. Well, I think this is the stupidest Chick-fil-A commercial I've seen in my life.
That's the Lord's chicken, Sarge.
It may be, but this commercial sucks. I'm pretty sure he didn't have nothing to do with that.
Like Otani's got a single and a double already today.
I need a lot more than that.
Yeah.
In the hog pen.
Got to break out the
that
blankets.
cold?
I don't know. I think they're just getting tired.
Maybe. Need some Mountain Dew, some energy drinks, and maybe some Razorback runs. But George is doing their best to
It's fight out
take
that we
this
can turn
crowd
this
out of the
around.
game.
I
Here's
remind
Phelps,
myself
hard
that
hit.
there's a
Backhanded by Kosher.
right
He
on
made
the
a nice
SEC
play from
teams
short
right
last
now.
night and fires a
Okay.
strike across the diamond
Absolutely,
to retire
brother.
Phelps to begin the fifth inning.
Appreciate you very much.
You know, it's such a different throw from shortstop all the way across that diamond than it is from second base. And it seems like Camden Kojal's really settled in at that
I'd agree.
position and, again, puts a little something else on it, just kind of changes the trajectory of that release and just lets that ball carry.
It's just as simple as fielding the ground ball
Yeah.
and throwing it, as he likes to say. Here's Jackson. There's another play for Kojal. Throws on the run, and it will skip by Robinette. 2 pitches and 2 outs would have been something for Gibbler. But we told you Jackson has incredible speed for a catcher. And Kojal just couldn't get as much on that throw.
Really low on the
Robinette
pitches
will
for
apply
the inning.
tag in case he had rounded, but first base umpire Mike Victor said no.
Because they've been hitting the ball and getting outs.
Yeah, when that baseball was hit, you just didn't think there's any chance that
Take it out any way
Kojal
we
was
can
gonna
get
be
it.
able to get enough on it to catch the speedy Daniel Jackson.
Brings up Lujo, who had an infield single of his own in the first, but was hit by a pitch and scored on that 2-run third.
Thank you, Amanda.
We saw him make a really nice sliding catch in center. It's something Georgia has done because Lujo, I believe, came to Georgia as a second baseman. Henry Allen, who's in left, came as a third baseman. But what they do in the fall is they spend a lot of time playing multiple positions because you're bringing in these guys with experience that are athletic, that might be able to play some different positions. And if you're locked up on the infield and you have an infielder that has outfielder ability, why not figure it out? But it sounds kind of like a mad scientist experiment there with what the Bulldogs do in the fall and maybe even early in the spring.
Yeah, I think that a lot of these guys up to this point, especially if they've played at smaller mid-majors or something, you know, they've always been the better athlete, which you kind of want to have those guys on your infield. And, yeah, I think it's a good theory to try to convert those guys. I think Norm DeBryan was really good at that. He would take shortstops and turn them into outfielders and take third basemen and turn them into catchers because third basemen usually have really good hands. So
No, Amanda, I don't know what's wrong with it.
Is really wise by Wes Johnson and staff.
Here's the 1-1. A little bit in.
I'll have to look into it.
And listen, I think Arkansas has gone through a similar situation over the last month with Dave Van Horn. It is an equation where how much offense can you generate while putting your defense at risk, or if you put a good defensive team on the field, how much does that challenge your offense, and how do you find the balance?
Yeah, it's really tough. Wow, that's a great shot by Robinette, and I think that Cole Gibbler's glad he's 6'3" with really long arms right there to go around Jackson. But yeah, defensively, especially when you've got guys that maybe are playing at their third position. It's not even, okay, this is a secondary position for me.
Like Rutenbar, for example. Skied to left. Ruiz slipped just a bit. Able to recover, make the catch, retire Lujo for out number 2.
Well, I tell you what, I thought Ruiz was going to go all the way down, and you can see him with a big old smile right there. He's got Jackie Robinson's number, but I don't know if it was kind of Jackie Robinson-esque on the slip, but he bounced back nicely.
It's got to be a little wet out there.
Oh, yeah.
It?
Yep.
He's looking for his divot. 2 gone. Here's Oriachu at an RBI single back in the 3rd inning. We saw Robinette catch that toss over to first, and I think there's times where Arkansas has had to make that equation with Reese. Probably hasn't hit to the level he did late last year, but he's such a good defensive first baseman that if you aren't going to play him, there's sometimes in a game in the 7th, 8th inning, he might find his way on because you want him to have a chance to save you an out or help win a game.
No offense to Carter Rutenbar, but I don't think he can make that play that when Reese Robinette reached around Jackson right there. I think that ball is going to be ricocheting down the right field line, and Jackson's going to be standing on third instead of on first right now.
2 outs and 2 strikes. Ryder Helfrich. Cat-like quickness was trying to get there.
That was effort right there, baby.
Just a hair delayed reaction by Helfrich. I think he was trying to figure out where the baseball went.
I was too. Or what happened?
I thought the ball hit the ground first, but it was just a little flare pop-up. And again,
just ready to get it over with.
We've seen Oriak just have tremendous range outside the strike zone.
Another 2-strike pitch. Fouled away.
It was a ricochet off of Helfrich. Played it off the hop.
I thought there was an extra kick there that I saw in the naked eye.
Ricocheted off his glove.
You're right about play coverage. It's hard to put one out of the zone that you might get a wave and a miss because it feels like he's going to make contact one way or another.
I almost think if you're Gibbler, you might want to try to climb the ladder right here or just get this pitch 6-8 inches off the plate.
Struck out only 11 times all season. I think Helfrich wants it up. Didn't get it high enough. He fouls another one back.
Jackson had a really good jump over there at first base. And for all the things that Cole Gibbler does really well, he definitely does not have a Colin Fisher pickoff over there at first base. Fisher's probably one of the best in the league, that lefty pickoff move, and Jackson was off with first movement.
Starting to become quite a battle between Gibbler and Oriach. Tag to left center field. New on the move. Will track down another one. We've seen some center field play in this game tonight. Bulldogs get a hit, strand a runner. Halfway done. It's been all dogs. Arkansas trailing by 3.
Is the games in Streamlabs or? Sarge. Is the little betting thing in Streamlabs?
Yes.
Do you know what it's under?
And I can't be fixed during the stream.
Oh.
It has to be something to do with I updated. ECAN's been updated, so I may have to put a new link in or something. I can't do that while the stream's running. Actually, I can't remember if it's in stream. It's in Stream Labs. Yeah.
.833 by T.J. Pompey. Brett, there was a time that he led the league in offensive strikeouts. And you're just going, okay, how is he going to snap out of this? And I think you talked about it. It's like keeping that weight back on that back leg, really getting into his legs, is sinking, and then keeping that upper body from floating toward the pitcher.
And sometimes it's getting out of whack by a little bit that leads to a bigger issue, whether it's confidence or expanding the zone or thinking too much, and all of a sudden you're swimming upstream.
Well, I tell you what, my analogy is when you're pressing offensively, the ball looks like a BB and you don't pick up spin. And it's so easy to hit up here in the booth or if you're in the stands, but I tell you, you just have to have some tremendous patience. And, again, I think this Arkansas lineup, not swinging the bat overly well, is going to have to try to get some walks and maybe one big swing.
It's in there for a strike to Robinette, who's leading off this 5th inning. Reese struck out against Vigu to end the 2nd, the last batter that Vigu faced before he left due to some type of injury.
What'd you do?
It wasn't
Pretty
active.
good pitch at the bottom of the zone. I mean, it was.
All right, there you go, everybody.
4 or
The
5
gambling's
weeks
back.
in, right around the start of conference play, if I would have told you or the fans that this deep into the campaign, more than halfway through the SEC slate, that Arkansas's leading hitters in the SEC would be Pompey, Sousa, and Rutenbar, you would say, huh, what, and who?
Exactly.
There's ball 4.
And the team's only hitting .235 in conference play. So that sums it up right there. And, again, a really quality at-bat by Reese Robinette.
Well, he's not in the training room. Got the glasses on. I think we're a little bit perplexed what may have transpired.
I don't know. You wonder if it could have been
How
something
many points
like
do you have anyway,
back,
Ken Ray?
like a back spasm or something that wasn't really arm related.
I'm looking at that
tightened
mustache, though, on his right or his left.
205,000.
Pompey waves and misses. That was a good-looking stash. Look at that.
That's quality right there.
On this points thing, it says he
takes some
has
effort.
$2
You
million.
don't just roll out of the rack and have it looking that good.
It's got some good wax going with that.
Next one to Pompey is a little bit away from Jackson. Remember, he's got a 70 grade arm, and Robinette does not test Jackson.
Well, you're down 3. You cannot run yourself into an out right there.
Speaking of that mustache, though, our friends at Alabama,
you sure,
when
Ken Ray,
McIlvain came in the game last weekend, put up the picture of
the
Goose Gossage.
Oh, they were very impressed. I love that.
We tried that a few weeks prior, but they agreed.
I just said it. Just show
Big wave and a miss
205,000.
from Pompey. Feels like Arkansas could use something, whether it's just a run to begin this process. They've stranded 4 runners. They have not had anybody reach third base yet in this game.
There it is.
Well, then the numbers are off from the list then.
Like a little Pete Vukovich from the Brewers.
Pompey's going to wave and miss. That's a strikeout. So Aoki gets the first out of this inning with what is his second K.
Boy, that pitch right there, it starts on the outer third,
Yeah.
and then it just
Like I said,
ends up nowhere
got $2
close
million.
to the strike zone.
Oh, yeah, now it's right.
So Carter Rutenbar steps
Look at
up
Ray
to see
over
this
there
again.
asking for
The
points.
movement on that
$2
thing
million.
is
Come on
that
now.
spin rate's so tight, 2,600 on the spin rate on that breaking ball.
Rutenbar takes a strike. What Carter did last night, though, Troy, was something we had not really seen. We have seen him battle and fight and hit for a good average. But to get a hanging changeup and just annihilate it was another step forward.
Yeah, hit one over 400 feet over the scoreboard in right center field.
Finds himself quickly down in the count, 0-2 to Aoki.
I'll tell you what, Aoki does not throw anything down the middle of the plate. It is on the corners. It's talking about a guy that uses all 4 quadrants of the
up and
strike
down.
zone.
You're right. In and out. Another chopper, that's foul to O'Shaughnessy. At some point, do you start looking for a pitch or a spot, or can you not do that
1.3
because
mil.
of how he's changing everything up almost pitch to pitch or batter to batter?
I think almost early in the count, you might try to sit on that big overhand breaking ball, Seems like that's the one he wants to get over early, and maybe it's kind of ends up about chest high. But if he gets ahead in the count, he is going to absolutely pitch in the bottom part of the zone and out of the zone down.
0-2 pitch. On the ground, O'Shaughnessy was holding the runner. That gave him a chance to make that play. It wasn't the most graceful effort, but it counts as the second out as Robinette advances to second base.
Boy, I tell you what, there's not many times that teams like that they have a right-handed first baseman, but in a play like that, that ball right down the line, if you're left-handed, you have to reach across your body to try to make that play. You probably don't make it.
Two gone for Helfrich, who has the lone Razorback hit in this game, and it came in the first inning. Didn't miss by much.
Looked like a pretty good pitch right there.
Ryder talking to himself again?
I think he is.
Can Arkansas get on the board? It's a ground ball into the hole. Backhanded by Branch. His throw is not in time. Helfrich beat it. O'Shaughnessy says review it. If it stands, both of the catchers who run extremely well have reached on an infield hit with their speed.
Okay. There's a couple things I think happened here. Live, I thought that he was out at first base.
I did too. Branch hesitated for a second before he turned one loose. It was kind of an awkward tumble because Ryder's really trying to extend to get there. The Bulldogs saw the play on the monitor, the video board, and they are racing to the dugout, and Jeff Head is telling them to go back. They're convinced he's out.
I thought he was out. I think he is right there.
At review, the runner is out. Georgia retains their challenge, still has one.
So, Ryder's out. Razorbacks are done. 3-0.
We either popping everything straight up or pounding it into the ground. Just one of those games.
Do you want to know who has the most watch hours in our chat? Do you want to take a guess?
No, I have no idea.
Big Sarge with 78. Joe G's in second with 54. Angel has 40 flat the whole work week. Then you got B-Hole. Ken Ray, you have 29.6 hours.
You be calling in sick all the time.
TT has more hours than you, Ken Ray.
I got more hours than all of them.
I don't know. I could be tied with you there.
It's a good jump and throws an absolute strike to the plate. That's a great job to let that ball go through.
On over a week and a half behind it every game.
Again, like both sides have done it. Luo in center field really was able to go get a couple balls that off the bat didn't look like any chance to catch him.
Agreed, and this is Henry Allen who has the one home run in this game so far. It was a monster shot in the second off
that
Gibbler.
number's not correct. It says 16.
Fairly economical on the pitch count as he goes back out for inning number 6. Asked Hobbs today what would be the number that you'd be a little bit alarmed with, and he said, I wouldn't let him go over 115. I said, well, no duh, but even 100 would be quite a stretch, because the one thing, Gibbler's not been in this rotation but a couple of weeks. We saw it last night
on, Bill
with Dietz,
Dylan.
because he came out
keep
maybe
them bad words out of
a
here.
little bit earlier than the fans may have expected, because it's one day earlier than last week. Last week was the Friday, Saturday, Sunday series, and this Thursday, Friday, Saturday, so it's one less day of recovery.
Yeah, that's definitely something to consider, but I think they're trying to keep these guys pretty built up.
That's laced to the gap in right center field. Rutenbar on the run. Can't get there. The carom is played by New. He'll spin and throw to second base, but Allen is going to have his second extra base hit of the game. He's 2 for 2 with the walk.
Should be able to.
Boy, off the bat,
just click on it.
Looked like that ball might fade back and slice back to Rutenbar, but again, it was just hit so hard. I think he just hit it through that
channel
wind.
Activity.
107 off the bat of Henry Allen. That is just an absolute bullet. You see right there, Rutenbar thinks I might be able to make that play. Then it just caroms right past him.
That's why you just hit remove.
Oh,
it removes the message.
I thought it was remove him. I didn't want to remove him.
Here's O'Shaughnessy, who drove in a run with a single.
I'm feeling
in the third
fantastic,
inning, and that was
Justin.
the play that New threw out the trail runner. It would have been 4-0.
Anything's going to be better than what we saw last year.
We had a shot of Dietz in the dugout a moment ago. I believe he was
especially from the
defensive
defensive side of the ball.
Carson Wiggins got bad news on his brother Jackson the other day. He had some arm elbow issues and has been placed on the IL at AAA Iowa.
Hey,
I think many thought he was really
Thank you
close
for being here and supporting
to the big leagues. There's another ball dumped out into center field. Another base hit. Will Allen try and score? He will not. With nobody out, New's throw will be cut off. And the Bulldogs have runners on the corners.
I'm a little surprised that Allen didn't score on that play, but again, with no outs and with the way that Georgia hits, you feel like even a double play ground ball, you're going to get a run.
I think as a third base coach, you don't want the same guy to get you twice.
I'm not sure, Justin. They haven't put anything out.
We don't know yet.
But
if it is, we will have it
pitch
for
count
you
was
right here.
Pretty low, but 5 innings plus 2 batters, and he will depart. Pitching change for the Razorbacks, down
Looks
by
like
3.
Tate McGuire coming in.
I guess they're not going to start him tomorrow then. Now there should be gambling in the Twitch.
Do you turn on the heist and everything back on too?
Yeah, everything should be on.
All right.
The third game against Alabama last weekend, and with him being able to come in this ball game, Arkansas feels like they're still in it. Again, only down 3 runs, and you feel like DVH is going to say, okay, I'm going to go with McGuire right here, which kind of makes you think, okay, who's going to start tomorrow? And you're probably looking at Colin Fisher, I would assume. But McGuire's going to sit. You see his numbers right there, really good command. He's going to sit in that low 90s, maybe 91 to 93 with the fastball, a little bit of run down and into righties, and pretty good overhand curveball as well.
And the start you mentioned against Alabama, 3 innings, 3 hits, couple of runs, 1 earned.
Lego says April 25th,
pitches.
2 p.m. SEC Plus.
This is Ryan Wynn, who's 0 for 2 after homering last night. McGuire misses outside with the first one.
I sadly might
No
not
outs
be able
right
to
here. You
make
see
that stream
Arkansas is gonna
since
play
the day before is my daughter's
Pompey
birthday.
in at third base, and then this is going to bring out Ryder Helfrich. He's going to talk about what he wants his defense to do. Up the middle, Arkansas clearly playing for a double play, trying to keep Georgia from having a big inning and just trading a run for a pair of outs.
Because the Hogs have had one hit, and they have not had a runner reach third base yet in this game through 5 innings.
I think at this point you feel like if you're Arkansas, you can get away with just giving up one run would be a pretty big victory.
Double and a single to begin things here in the Bulldogs' 6th inning. Wynn made up his mind late on that swing. Fouls one back and out of play.
If you're Wynn, you just want to avoid two things. You want to avoid the strikeout and the pop-up. Because you get a ground ball, unless it's right at T.J. Pompey at third base, you're going to get a run scored or a sacrifice fly.
We've seen McGuire lean on that cutter a little bit as of late, but that was a fastball up and out. Smashed fair down the line and left and into the corner. It'll score a run. O'Shaughnessy will go to third. He'll be held on the double from Wynn, and the Bulldogs have a 5-0 lead. 103 off the bat inside the chalk, and that's the first 3 Bulldogs
that would be still
reaching
only
safely with
4-0, sir.
in the 6th inning.
Only 1 run scored, so 3
like
plus
you said, a
1
laser
is
right
4.
down the line. Looked like it was a changeup left way up in the zone. You see with Pompey playing so tight.
He did a little
chance for
day
him,
drinking before
O'Shaughnessy
getting on
just
air.
Cruises into third base. Arkansas is going to bring the infield in right here.
Sure are. Here's Branch. Couple of groundouts so far to third and short. Take strike 1.
There's that infield in. What it really does is allows that runner at second base in Wynn to get an absolutely gigantic lead. If it gets Thur, he's going to score easily. Really dandy changeup there by Tate McGuire. But you really need a punch out if you're Tate McGuire in Arkansas.
See what he does 0-2. He gets the wave and a miss. And again, I think he's leaning on that cutter.
That was one of those cutters almost like that Vignew threw earlier that kind of backed up a little bit.
I would agree. As a hitter, if you even identify that out of the hand at all and it backs up on you, you've got no chance.
That's exactly right. Arkansas is trying to figure out how they're going to play Black right here. They're going to put 3 infielders on the right-hand side.
Troy, it might be time for your telestrator as Black takes one outside. Let's see if Troy can break out the telestrator with all the Razorbacks.
Let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3 over here on that right side.
That's one more than normal.
Looks like 6s, but they're supposed to be circles.
Oh, Troy, you semi-passed and semi-flunked your first telestrator. Wave and a miss.
Kind of shows my handwriting skills. They're subpar at
Troy's
best.
got a new toy. He's
Watch
got the
out.
telestrator. Matt Zimmerman in women's basketball games became the czar of the telestrator by the time the season finished. So you have hope left. But Ryan Black would love to take advantage of that seam on the left side of the diamond. He's 0 for 2. Big wave and a miss. We're going cutter heavy now.
Yeah, that's McGuire's best pitch right there. He could also go with the changeup right here, but he hung the changeup that got hammered by Wynn. I think he's got more confidence in that cutter, and probably so does Ryder Helfrich, who's calling the pitches. It's a really good take by Black right there. Again, as a hitter, you love to see that infield in. You say, oh, if I just hit the ball hard, they just can't react quick enough. Now, with 1 out, if you see a fly ball, if you're an outfielder, you got to let this one fly all the way to the plate.
Payoff pitch. Soft pop-up with the infield in. It becomes a longer run for Souza. Might you tag here? The catch is made, and O'Shaughnessy was stationed on top of third base. I thought we might have a replay of the Kojal tag the other day in Little Rock where you almost assume the infielder's not expecting you to bluff or go.
I think Souza, after seeing the Kojal tag, was more prepared for that play. He spun around and looked immediately at O'Shaughnessy at third base. That's a big out. That's what you want. The runner at third and less than 2 outs, a strikeout or pop-up if you're Tate McGuire, and he got the pop-up right there.
So again, if McGuire gets out of this inning with only the 1-run scoring, Arkansas is still kind of hanging around the periphery. Base hit, though, at 6-0 would really make things difficult. Phelps to Poppy. What a strong arm. Even after the bobble, Troy, he recovered to get the final out to keep another run from scoring.
And Poppy flat-footed through an absolute dart.
Could have been worse, but we will take it. Feels like we've been playing for 6 hours. Whatever happens here tonight, we'll be live at, I want to say it's 1:45 tomorrow. Game starts at 2. Or it could be 12:45 and the game starting at 1.
Good Lord. Connor's team is projected to hit over 900, Sarge.
Yeah, he's having a week. Get it all out now.
Doesn't help when his offense goes for 87 and his pitching goes for 78.5 in one day.
Yeah.
Kenray getting mollywopped.
Kentucky had a walk-off grand slam. Oklahoma's top 15 in the country. Boy, State needed a win. And LSU, Troy, if they lose, that game's in the top of the 9th, the Tigers will be 6-10 in league play.
Wow. And I tell you what, everybody takes their baseball seriously around the SEC and fan bases, but Baton Rouge is just to a different level.
I would agree as Kojal waves and misses here in the bottom of the 6th inning. We were talking to Wes Johnson today because keep in mind he was at LSU 1 year as a pitching coach. They won the national championship, and he had this pitcher, you may have heard of him, named Paul Skeens.
He wasn't too bad.
And Arkansas fared pretty well. They beat him in the conference tournament. But I said to Wes this week, you know, do you still talk to Skeens? And he didn't want to get into too any detail, but they stay in touch.
Yeah, he said yes was his answer. He didn't want to say how frequently.
Doesn't hurt when you have that pupil to be a pitching coach for a team and then go on to win the national championship. And Wes have kind of a music stand there to hold up all of his
I don't know what
stuff.
he's got going on there.
It looks like he's at Williamsport when you're in those dugouts that are underground and they got a cage in front of him. Kojal's 0 for 2. He might just be 1 for 3 and is. It's a good beginning for Arkansas's 6th inning, a single, and that is their 2nd hit of the game.
You can tell the Arkansas fans are trying to find something to cheer for. You know, they were cheering on base on balls earlier, and I don't blame them because these Georgia pitchers have done an outstanding job. But sometimes as a hitter, you just like to hit one off the end of the bat, and that's what Kojal did right there.
Well, last night there was 10,320. It's kind of a festive mood right now after a base hit and brings up Ruiz. I got to believe it's a crowd similar to that tonight. Ruiz drops down a bunt, but it'll take a left turn and kick foul. You know, Troy, we talked about Georgia going out and getting a lot of transfers in excess
I'll
of
be right
20.
back, Sarge.
and a lot of these kids came from the mid-major level. I say kids, they're grown men. But part of what you might be able to tell the transfers is, hey, by the way, here's our road schedule. If you're Aoki, for example, we're going to A&M. We're going to play in front of the 12th man. We're going to Mississippi State, the biggest stadium in the SEC. We're going to Arkansas. Then we're going to Swayze, and then we're going to go to Auburn.
Yeah, you're going to average almost 10,000 fans at least at all those venues, and yeah, that draws players in. And I'd say Wes Johnson has been a master of the transfer portal. How about the last 2 years? And I know these numbers, I don't know which way they go, but one year it was 23 guys, new players. The next year 24, or vice versa. That is like a whole brand new team.
I think you could draw a correlation to football because it was Indiana that dipped heavy into the transfer portal to get some mid-major kids that were maybe ready for the next level or just older, experienced players. And that worked in Hoosier land.
It worked out pretty well.
Pitch to Ruiz is down and out. And Scott Strickland just couldn't quite get over the hump in Georgia. And Wes comes in, and first year was 43 wins and 17-13 in league play. His first year. Last year at one point they were 28-2. They're trying to go to 12-5 in the league if they hold on and win this one. Ruiz sucks one to left. Down the line. Will it stay fair? Yes, it does.
Oh, my God.
Way back and long gone. And with one swing, Damian Ruiz cuts the lead in half. Boy, it's good to have Damian Ruiz back in Arkansas's lineup after he missed 6 games with that knee issue.
Well, Brett, we talk about it all the time. You just need a bloop and a blast, and you got the blast right there. Ruiz, he was just trying to see if that ball was going to stay fair, where the wind was really trying to have that thing hook, and you could see the home plate umpire, Will Van Rapport, said, hey, son, you need to start running at some point. He did not like him strutting out of the box right there. That is a big swing. Only the 3rd hit for the Razorbacks.
Here's Nolan Souza. We've had a couple of crowd shots, and we've said this crowd, if they're to get some life, kind of need a little bit of help. And maybe that home run from Ruiz, with the exception of that group of people, has made things a little more palatable. Because I go back to that Alabama series. Troy, you mentioned the 8th inning. Arkansas, I believe, had 12 runs over the 3 games in the 8th inning.
They finally did something, didn't they, Roger?
Remember, they were down 3-1 late, down 3-1 late in back-to-back games, and down 2-0 in Game 3, and they won all 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is a time right here. See the players going down to the bullpen for the Bulldogs.
That's not a recipe for winning, though, in the SEC on the
No,
road.
it's kind of flirting with disaster a little bit when you play from behind, and you just can't count on those big crooked numbers. But Aoki just, I'll tell you what, he always keeps you guessing. You think you're going to get something off speed if you're Souza, and then the pitch before that was a fastball right down the chute, and then drops off one of those big overhand hammers. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't come back with another off-speed pitch. Again, if you're Souza, you just got to see the baseball up. And again, Aoki's such a veteran pitcher. He is not going to get rattled by that 2-run homer.
Souza struck out against him in the 4th. Still nobody out in the inning. A breaking ball had Van Rapport flinching.
I'm not sure where that one was because both the catcher and the pitcher thought they had strike 3.
Maybe it broke a little later, stayed just high. Regardless, the count has gone full. A little bit of life for the Razorbacks in the bottom of the 6th, and here comes a payoff pitch. Wave and a miss.
Really
Pulled
good
the string.
changeup. Man, that thing had some great depth down and away.
Souza struck out 3 times tonight. That's the first out of the inning. And Mike Anu coming to the plate.
If you're a Razorback hitter, you're not going to see very many fastballs. I think you almost have to sit on something off speed, and if you get one, you just have to tip your hat because the off-speed stuff is so good.
I'm with you. The one time you get a fastball is the one time you're convinced you're not going to get one. New got a fastball and skies it a mile in the air, and then Lujo has to come charging on. He looked like he was intent on going to the track, and look where he ends up. Almost to the dirt.
That was crazy how far he went. We talked about Micah New taking a big long route, but Lujo, man, he put on the Jets right there.
Tell you what, I mentioned he has an infield background. Troy, he looks really good to me in the outfield. Just as far as his athleticism, his comfort level.
Well, when you have the ability to outrun the baseball like you did right there,
it does help.
You can cover up maybe some misreads.
Stewart waves and misses at the breaking ball. Stewart is 0 for 1 with a walk. Bulldogs scored the first 4 runs in this game. The Razorbacks have tacked on a couple of runs. How big was McGuire stranding runners at second and third in the top of this frame?
Yeah, giving up just that 1 run was absolutely huge. And if you're Zach Stewart, I don't think you're going to see a pitch that's going to be above your knees unless it's going to be about shoulder height.
And you have to be able to hit the mistake if you get one.
That's the pitch you got to lay off right there.
Stewart's former team, Missouri State, will be in Baum-Walker Stadium Tuesday. But he didn't play last night. Kahio Aloy, who did, is not playing this evening. And obviously Ruiz back in the lineup means Rutenbar may be a little less likely to play in the outfield. And there's a little tapper. Boy, that has some English on it. Phelps was in do or die mode. And that ball had so much spin, that was going to be a really tough play.
Yeah, that was a cue shot. And again, it's such a tough decision for Phelps right here. It's got some crazy, funky sideways spin. I think he almost has to try to get it with the glove because it was hit too hard. I mean, a whopping 40 miles an hour exit velocity, but it had so much spin on it. I think you have to try to make that play with the glove. Not the prettiest hit for Arkansas, but Zach Stewart will take it.
Does bring the tying run to the plate in the presence of Reese Robinette. He's walked and struck out. Reese has 1 home run on the season.
You almost feel you have to hit just an absolute line drive if you're going to get it out of right field. Or if you're left-handed, you could shoot one out to left and kind of get it in that cross breeze.
It fades outside.
We've already seen Robinette walk once tonight in his last at-bat. He is very comfortable taking a base on balls.
He was hopeful that might miss. And instead of being 3-0, it's 2-1.
I think if you're Robinette, you probably try to hunt that off-speed pitch away. Anything in, take it. See if you can't punch one out to left field.
Rolled foul wide at first base. Arkansas baseball trying to do the reverse of Arkansas softball. Arkansas softball went to Oklahoma tonight, and they were up 4-0, but they ended up losing.
I think it was 8-7.
8-7. It's a heavyweight fight in the softball ranks in Norman. Arkansas trying to inch a little bit closer. Meanwhile, Oki and the Bulldogs trying to kind of stabilize this game again and find a way to win to even this series before the finale, which is tomorrow afternoon. Fouled back and out of play. Josh Haley will be with you tomorrow. I'll be at Parents Weekend for my daughter's softball team, and hopefully it's not a jump off the bridge Parents Weekend.
No home run hitting contest this weekend,
no,
is there? Okay.
We can't because of the games, but this season's tested me, Troy.
Had to learn a little bit of patience.
Well,
being half psychologist, right?
That's downstairs. Did he offer? He did not. There's a country music lyric that says south of sanity, north of insane, and I'm in that sweet spot this year with softball. South of insanity, north of insane.
See if Georgia's going to hold Stewart on at first base. They're going to play behind with the left-hand hitting Robinette. I think that's a good move by O'Shaughnessy over there.
Stewart will run. O'Shaughnessy retreats behind him. Here's the payoff pitch. That's outside. That's ball 4. And the inning will continue for T.J. Pompey.
It's going to bring Wes Johnson out to the mound to talk to his right-hander. The Bulldogs do have somebody up warming in the bullpen. Wes Johnson kind of took a glance out there to the bullpen but on his way out. Justin Bird down there warming up in a hurry.
75 pitches for Aoki, and keep in mind he came on in the 3rd inning and obviously was not warming up. He was in the dugout when Vigu couldn't continue for whatever
it's
injury
eruption
reason.
time.
It took him about, 15 minutes to get warmed up, and there was a series of exercises. Then when he came out to the mound, it started to rain, but it stopped, and he's been in there since. And this is really the first time Arkansas has kind of given him some fits.
It really has, and again, if you're Pompey, now it's going to be Nate Thompson's going to say, okay, Wes Johnson, you had your time. I'm going to come back in here and have an offensive timeout. And I tell you something, one thing about the Razorbacks, they do not have speed burners on the base paths. They got Stewart and Robinette, who I'd say probably average speed at both second and first base respectively. But I think this is a conversation that Nate Thompson's going to say, hey, TJ, you're going to have to see the ball up and definitely not down and away. You're going to have to try to get something early in the count, because if you let Aoki get ahead, he is just going to nibble.
There we go.
Now there's some life in the hog pen.
Young and old alike. Tying runs on base. Arkansas came into this inning with exactly 1 hit without a runner reaching third. They plated a couple of runs, 2 more men out on the bases, and the pitch to Pompey. And that looked like a fat one until it dropped.
Wow.
Four of Pompey's 8 home runs have come in league play. What do you think the percentage of pitches he's thrown tonight have been that breaking ball, that curve?
I'd say almost 50%.
I'd say at least. I feel like it's maybe more.
Especially to right-handers.
You see the SEC graduate patch. He's probably graduated twice between 5 years, Notre Dame, USC, Georgia. Pompey will chop one foul. He's graduated, but it was before he even got here.
Yeah, you hope his credits would transfer very well. But I don't think that was his biggest concern. But another great changeup by Aoki. And, again, he's just giving them a master class, a graduate class on how to pitch.
I see you working.
There you go. Just nibbling, changing speeds.
Swing and a foul tip, and he just got a piece to stay alive.
And, again, that pitch out of the hand as a hitter, it starts up about your bill of your helmet, and you're thinking there's no way that's going to be a strike, and you just kind of have to keep that front shoulder in. But now with a 1-ball, 2-strike count, you got a catcher like Jackson that can just smother anything. I think you're going to bounce one right here or close to it.
Another big pitch in this game. A little bit out, 2-2.
You can see the body language. Aoki, I thought it was strike 3, but we don't have the K-zone here in conference games.
Stewart at second. Robinette at first. Couple of runs home this inning. Pompey waiting on a 2-2 pitch, and here it comes, and that is cut on and missed. Aoki gets the K to end the inning. Hogs strand a pair, but Troy Ruiz had the big swing for the Razorback.
Boy, after a bloop by Camden Kojal, just a rocket by Damian Ruiz, he wanted to watch that one a little bit. Hogs still down 4-2.
Would like to get a little more there, but we've cut into the lead.
Weather delay before we started. Bulldogs jumped out to a 4-0 lead. Hogs got the homer from Ruiz in the 6th. On we go to the 7th. Hart to the lineup against Tate McGuire. Jackson, Lujo, and Uriach. It's hard not to talk about Jackson, and obviously there's a lot of potential going forward. This is a mile-high pop-up, and the wind will push this back, and that might be one of the better plays Ryder Helfrich's made, considering how much ground he had to cover.
That was absolutely exceptional by Ryder Helfrich, and boy, the wind really took that thing. Honestly, off the bat, I thought Reese Robinette was going to catch this ball. And watch Helfrich. He has to dodge the bat. He holds onto the mask, and I like how he waits until he knows where that baseball is going to be before he tosses that mask. You see sometimes young kids will throw the mask down, and then they'll step on it and trip.
Felt like almost the beginnings of an obstacle course on the old Superstars competition.
I'm with you. I remember that in the 70s.
You're jumping over a moat, and you're swinging on a rope of some sort as Lujo bats. But obviously that's a big out. Jackson, again, has 17 homers. Drew, I think, he hit 14 a year ago. He equaled that number in 18 games this season. So, I mean, that's a big guy to retire for McGuire. And that pitch kind of backed up, and Lujo will lift one down the line in left. And Ruiz went crashing into that side wall and almost got stuck. For a man who injured his patella tendon jumping for a home run ball earlier, that even looked 10 times scarier.
Yeah, he's coming off a little gingerly off that crash in the wall, and you hope that he's 100%. But I think this is the only way you have a chance to do it. You try to slow down with the slide, and, boy, the leg almost kind of got caught right there. And, yeah, there's padding there, but you know what's behind the padding?
Yeah.
Concrete.
I mean, you're worried about a leg or a foot, and then you're going hard into the concrete.
You can see the hands on the hips. I think he caught that wall pretty solid.
Didn't Christian Franklin make a catch against that wall to end a game against Mizzou?
Yeah. This is a warning right there by Tate McGuire that Will Van Rapport says you got to let the hitter get those eyes up on you before you start your motion. It's definitely a safety thing, and I like the rule.
Lujo is one of the 8 Georgia hits. McGuire kind of yanked that one.
Yeah, that was a changeup. He didn't want to hang in the zone, so he kind of overthrew it and just pulled that one down and away.
Helfrich sets the target. Stroke to left, hit well. Ruiz back, going to jump high, but it's out of here. Lujo does hit the homer. Bulldogs push their lead back up to 3. 108 off the bat. Ruiz gave it a great go, but it was beyond his glove and his reach.
Boy, you talk about the game of inches, and you see how close Ruiz came to catching that ball down the left field line that Lujo just kind of caught off the end of the bat, and he gets another swing and definitely does not miss that. That is a fastball center cut right down the chute. Again,
watch how far he got above the wall.
That was
Troy.
a great effort by Ruiz. I don't know how much better you can get. Even with the hops of Micah New, I don't think you're going to catch that baseball.
Jordy Uriach singled in a run back in the 3rd. He's 1 for 3, but Arkansas did a lot of work to cut the lead in half. Now it's back to a 3-run cushion.
I'll tell you what, Brett, good teams answer when scored upon, and that's what the Bulldogs did right there.
You know, the one thing Wes Johnson told us a couple of days ago, that one's fouled off Helfrich. That one stung. One of the questions I had for him, despite losing that series, their first of the year to Florida, the Riders trying to make sure his teeth are all in the same spot they were 30 seconds ago. You know, Wes didn't really want to get too deep into that because he knows it's a day-to-day and week-to-week scenario. But the one thing he said, our bullpen's been okay, and at times we've been able to extend the lead when we've had to. And it feels like both of those have come into play tonight.
Yeah, I think so. And that's what you have to do against good teams. And we were talking to Wes about just how crazy this whole conference is and how everybody's just beating up on each other. And he goes, because you just can't ever have a day off. You don't get a break here in the SEC with anyone.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Fastball's a little bit outside. Wes's son Ryan was here with Wes's grandson when we were visiting with him, and Ryan is the head girls basketball coach at Bentonville West.
Yeah, very cool.
I didn't know that until this week. I'm sure a lot of our viewers do. Oriach will wave and miss. That pitch kind of fluttered a bit on the change, and McGuire gets the K.
Yeah, really good job with a changeup by Tate McGuire.
Henry Allen has been a pest today. As far as the Razorbacks are concerned, a homer, a double, a walk, and he scored a pair of runs. Kind of guided that swing through the zone, however.
Okay, Brad, I want to look at right here. Look at that open stance right there by Henry Allen. What you see a lot of pitchers or hitters do with that is, a lot of times if your dominant eye is going to be in there, they're going to try to get, if it's that right eye, he's going to try to get that right eye around to be able to see that pitcher a little bit better.
Are you getting spunky again with the
did.
telestrator?
I flashed that little highlight area.
That's a roller to short, and Allen is retired, and the inning is over. But Lujo's homer extends Georgia's lead to 3.
Yeah.
Maybe I should go back to the bathroom so we can get some more runs.
Well, we just gave it right back. Yeah. At the very worst, we have a rubber match set up for tomorrow.
Nope. All it takes is 1 inning.
Yeah. Yeah, it has, Ashton. We definitely did it a lot.
Scoring for the Razorbacks.
Probably low to mid
like
70s.
Arkansas is going to have to do something and put a crooked number up on the board in this inning.
I do have the top of the lineup: Rutenbar, Helfrich, and Koschel. Ruiz, if anybody gets on.
It is 70 degrees.
Georgia trying to go to 12-5 in league play. Arkansas trying to win its 7th straight game overall and go to 10-7 in SEC games. And we got a chunk out of Jackson and rolled right back to Aoki.
Probably Big Tuna starts tomorrow, Jackson. Colin Fisher.
I tell you what, we talked about these catchers, and obviously the state of Georgia has 2 great catchers between Jackson and Von Lackey, who was on that Team USA squad with Ryder Helfrich, who's another kind of the year of really good college catchers. And Rutenbar takes one high, 3-0.
And not only good catchers, but just tremendous athletes as well, too.
I'd agree.
This is one of those at-bats that you might even see Carter Rutenbar take 2 pitches right here.
0 for 3 with 3 groundouts to this point. Fades on the corner for a strike.
Even the 3-0 pitch from Aoki has got some good run to it.
Well, he's walked 4.
15, almost 16 inches of horizontal break on a 3-0 fastball.
Fouled back, it's 3-2. So again, 4 walks for Aoki, but he's battled back to send this count full to the freshman Rutenbar. Has the best batting average in any Razorback in home games this season. Reaches for it, lifts it to left center. Lujo on the move will give way to Allen. He makes the catch. It's a big first out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Just talking about the catchers from around college baseball. We're going to see Brendan Bach later on. Carson Tinney, I saw him this season with the Texas Longhorns. And then Jackson and Helfrich, and Lackey, of course, an outstanding catcher at Georgia Tech. And Troy, we're getting to that stage where there's a lot of projections as Helfrich takes one down and out. The last I saw from Baseball America that came out a couple of days ago had Ryder going 13th overall to the St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh, wow.
And by the way, the slot value is $5.6 million.
Take who?
That's a nice
Ryder
payday.
Helfrich.
It's not bad at all.
Going to my Cardinals.
But, you know, when you can be one of 2 or 3 really good catchers and still be a mid-first round type pick, it shows you how good that class is.
Well, big league teams, if you need a backstop, there's plenty to choose from. I don't think you can make a bad choice out of those 5 or 6 guys.
Now it's 3-0. So that's back-to-back hitters. Aoki has started in that manner. That's 90 pitches now in 4 1/3 innings.
Guess who just
That's
started
a lot of
following
damn
us on our
pitches.
TikTok?
He seems
Who's
rather
that?
unbothered by the fact that he's throwing 90
Quincy
pitches.
Rhodes
like
Jr.
I'm up here. I'm just spinning them up there
Really?
one after another.
Yep. Just started following us 1 minute ago.
3-1 now. Kojal on deck. Ruiz, if anybody reaches.
It would not surprise me if he doesn't throw one of those big overhand curves right here on 3-1.
That's Quincy Rhodes Jr.'s fan page.
Yeah, I seen that after I opened it up. It didn't show that.
Rocks into his windup. 3-1 pitch. That is the 5th walk issued by Aoki.
Had me all excited.
Because of that home run, though, by Lujo in the top of the 7th inning, the Hawks need 1 more base runner to bring up the tying run to the plate.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Brett. That was a big swing by Lujo. And you feel like Camden Kojal's just about due to hit one out. And he's a guy that earlier in the ball game shot one down the left field line, just a line drive that was probably about a foot foul. If you're Helfrich, you cannot get picked off of the base over there at first. You got to wait till it goes to the backstop before you advance.
Kosher would like that one back.
That's a guy right there that was trying to take one out of the yard on a pitch that almost hit him in the front foot.
Buck, appreciate that very much. We appreciate you and your family watching with us.
Outfield as straight away as they can be. That's off the glove of Jackson. But again, I was talking about that 70 grade arm. There's been a couple of balls that have rolled away from him 10, 15 feet in those runners because Arkansas is trailing and they don't want to get thrown out.
Yeah, you can't afford it. And I tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if back in the day Jackson might have done that in Little League and just on purpose, just to let one roll away and say, please run.
With one of the pitch timer, Aoki flips to first.
I tell you what, that's one thing that Aoki has done really well is he has used up a lot of that pitch clock. He is a very patient pitcher, and sometimes that'll throw a hitter's rhythm off. They like guys to just get that ball and go quickly.
Doesn't look like he's broken a sweat on those close-ups. Gibbler was lathered up 5 pitches in.
He's just like Mr. Cool El Presidente out there on the mound just getting it done. He's got the solid webbing, too, so I guess if he's trying to hide his pitches, you can't see any movement.
You trying to call
No
my
webbing on
Pablo
that glove.
Escobar?
Kojo waits on the 1-1. That's the pitch he swung at to start this at bat. That he lays off to send the count to 2-1.
Again, Aoki's got such great stuff. You just have to see the baseball up in the zone. Anything, it needs to start about chest high because it's going to end up about mid-thigh.
Hard hit under the glove of O'Shaughnessy. Helfrich will turn.
Not Ochag, Hennessy.
Then there's Razorbacks on the corners. I'd like to amend that. It was not hard hit, but it fooled O'Shaughnessy a little bit on the bounce.
Well, the first thing is
any ball that's hit is
Helfrich's
hard.
over there first base.
I don't
O'Shaughnessy's
care
trying
what
to hold
anybody
him
says.
on.
That thing's still coming off
And
there.
again, a ball off the bat. It's right to him. It just gets right under his glove. I think he was already trying to make the pivot to throw to second base instead of fielding that baseball first.
Because that was 78 miles an hour off the bat.
It was definitely not smoked. And again, I think he was already taking a little peek to see where Helfrich was. And that's why that ball kind of skipped underneath him. It wasn't an error, but it kind of almost was.
Well, it scored an error.
Oh, did it? Okay, I didn't see that. I think that's the right call. But a walk and an error, and Arkansas has runners at the corners with just one out.
And again, they have the tying run of the plate, and it is the Ruiz who homered last inning off Aoki. Are you surprised they're letting him face Ruiz again?
A little bit. If it was anybody else besides somebody that hit a home run, I think, okay, I leave Aoki.
That's why I asked.
But
I'm with you.
Yeah, I think after the success that Ruiz has had, a little bit of a head scratcher, but you're going to go with your veteran if you're Wes Johnson. You have a lot of trust in him.
Kojo bluffed running. Ruiz took one down.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of pitches down and away, and that's the pitch that if Damian Ruiz can lay off of it, he's going to have a good quality at bat. If he doesn't, he's going to get all twisted up in a hurry.
That's in 2-0. Ruiz was in the postgame interview room last night, and you can't take the smile off his face. Just being part of big moments in front of big crowds after playing at Lamar and Houston Christian. You know he was floating around the bases after that homer last inning. He might walk on water if he would homer here because this crowd might kind of carry him around the bases in essence. Does he give himself a pitch to come unglued? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, he got a changeup right there and was just a little too jumpy. Hey, that's where you take your shot. You're 2-0. Even if you're way out in front, you're still 2-1. You're still in a hitter's count. I think against Aoki, after you hit a home run, you need to think about up the middle the other way.
One out in the inning. That one kicks away. Here comes Helfrich, and he'll score. And I swear the Razorbacks lead the universe in scoring on wild pitches, and they've done it again.
I think they do.
What did
He's
Bob
not
tell us?
wrong.
That's our offense when
He's
it's
not
going
wrong.
good, taking advantage
That's
of
the first smart thing he said the whole
breakdowns or
game.
mistakes.
Brett, I would not be shocked if that's almost 20 runs
with
that
you.
Arkansas scored on wild pitches or pass balls. It has just been absolutely crazy. And you talk about extra effort. Ryder Helfrich went into the Superman dive right there.
He was
He was
almost
going
stepped
to
on.
score.
Now a base hit would make this a one-run game. That one's laced to the gap,
Oh.
left center field. Lujo, though, got a great break.
Ah,
He outran that baseball. Off the bat, you're thinking that's extra bases and it's a one-run game. Instead, that is out number 2, and Lujo has been a factor tonight, both
That
with
dang
his
wind.
bat and with his glove.
Oh, that is not an infielder playing outfield. That's a guy that is a true outfielder now.
When was the last time you saw a reliever throw 101 pitches?
A long time. But you have to think he's probably thrown like 15 fastballs. I mean, it's been off speed like crazy.
Sousa's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. And again, he starts him with that curve. He's done that a lot tonight.
The big overhand curve, he just left that one up. But I think that's the pitch you need to sit on early in the count. Now you're going to start seeing things soft.
Yeah, Pacer caught him a little inside.
Down
You're right.
That's the one you got to lay off.
If he'd have barreled that, that'd have been gone
with that
too.
ball. There it is right there. That has just got some depth on it like crazy. 27.20 on the spin rate, 79 miles an hour. They pulled a parachute about halfway to the plate.
Koschel at second, a run home this frame. That one not close.
I think that was your token fastball just to change the eye level. So it was up and away. It was never meant to be a strike, and now you're going to see pitches down around below the knees. That's where they're going to end up. And if you're Souza, if you can lay off of it or get one that's going to be a little bit of a hanger.
Rope to a leaping second baseman win.
Got robbed on that one.
Couple of plays again for the Bulldogs that may have taken another run away from the Razorbacks. 5-3 Georgia.
That's just a good play.
Yeah.
Can't hate on that.
Being at the right place at the right time.
Yup.
Well, you can't say this too. Even if this game doesn't turn around, for Georgia being the number 6 team in the country, they've not come in here and just put belt to butt on us. We've been competitive in every game. We won one, and we're not down by more than 2 runs. So I'm pretty proud of that. With a chance to win the series tomorrow, still, if not tonight, can't beat that. And then we get rid of the Jackie Chan off the mound here this inning. So the 8th to 9th inning, we should have.
Oh, they're definitely gonna have a new pitcher next.
Somebody else, because he was wax on, wax off tonight. Yeah, he's done for the weekend. He won't pitch tomorrow after pitching 110 pitches. Oh, there's the RBI girls.
I don't see him.
Like it had a chance, but what a great timing by Wynn, the second baseman, to climb the ladder and just rob a base hit. That was going to easily score Camden Koschel. And again, Brett, you talk about the difference between a 5-3 lead and a 5-4 lead. It just is something mental about it just being 1 run down.
No, I'm with you. And here's O'Shaughnessy to lead off the 8th inning. We ran a defensive package 2 or 3 innings ago, and there continue to be some big-time plays made tonight by both teams. O'Shaughnessy, though, a multi-hit game, 2 of the 9 hits for the Bulldogs. Arkansas has been out hit 9-4. Trying to even up this series at a game apiece. Tomorrow the finale's at 1 p.m.
There you go. So we will be live at 12:45.
There's nothing that jacks me up quite as much as a Thursday, Friday, Saturday series.
It does. Just kind of messes your whole week up. It just throws your timing off a little bit. And talk about timing. Tate McGuire's just trying to nibble against Michael O'Shaughnessy right here. And you understand why. The 10 bombs on the season for the big left-hander. Really good changeup down and in. Not really where you want to throw a changeup to a left-hander, but he got away with it. Now Arkansas is going to bring T.J. Pompey, the third baseman, over and have 3 infielders on that right side of the infield.
McGuire turns before he delivers to the plate. Gets a soft ground ball right into the shift. Koschel, the shortstop, the only infielder on that side of the diamond, had the ball tracked right to him. And O'Shaughnessy retired to begin the 8th inning.
Just a good job by Camden Kogel, understanding, which batter he's got up running right there. It wasn't Daniel Jackson running down the line, and no offense to Michael O'Shaughnessy, but he's going to be the first to tell you, I don't run like Daniel Jackson, but as an infielder, you got to know that and take your time and not rush it.
Ryan Wynn had an RBI double back in the 6th, and then caught that liner from Souza to end last inning. Spent a couple of years at Wofford. Doesn't have a ton of at-bats, 45, but like many of these Georgia hitters, has produced when called upon. Soft ground ball, and McGuire did a nice job to surround it. That was a long underhanded flip, too.
Well, I tell you what I did like about Tate McGuire, I'm not sure about thinking about underhanding that ball.
Got
but
the gambling fixed.
He got a lot of momentum going toward first base, so he made a pretty nice flat flip.
It looked like he was throwing a beanbag and trying to land it on a wooden board that was angled.
That would be called cornhole, sir.
There you go.
Cornhole toss, yep, there you go.
It was an aggressive cornhole flip.
Yeah,
but one
it was.
nonetheless.
Long distance cornhole.
Yes. Branch is 0 for 3. Just about clipped it. Arkansas scored their 3 runs on the last couple of innings, but for a game that started about 75 minutes late and then had a 15-minute delay with the starter Vigu for Georgia coming out before he was able to pitch in the 3rd, it has been kind of a slow motion effort at times tonight.
Yeah, it looks this game has drug along a little bit. And boy, you hope that
a little
Dylan
bit.
Vigue's
It's 10
okay.
o'clock,
I hope it's
my
just something
man.
Maybe kind of like a muscle spasm in the back that maybe tightened up.
Well, he's been styling with those sunglasses
He
on in the
has
dugout
been.
most of the night as Branch fouls one back and out of play.
Tell you what, you don't want to make a mistake to Branch. He does have 13 home runs on the season.
And 49 in his career. Pulled the trigger late on that one and fouled it back into the seats behind Arkansas's dugout. Somebody caught that soft little pop-up. If ever there was one you wanted to catch, it was that one. It's been Gibbler and McGuire, and that's it for Arkansas tonight. Helfrich sets the target. Here's the 1-2 to Branch. Sent out to left center field. Mike Anu on the move. Tried to slide and make the catch, and the ball drops and it kicks away. Branch got halfway to second. He'll slam on the brakes and return. I thought New might go into a dive to try and catch it, but he tried to do the slide and pick it off the grass, and it didn't work.
Yeah, I think as an outfielder, that's one thing you have to know is that ball's not hit very hard. You got a guy backing you up. You can go ahead and leave your feet right here. It's a really good job by Mike Anu, and I love how Branch rounded first base aggressively. If that ball kicked away any farther, he was going to be standing on second base.
But the inning continues for Ryan Black, who's 0 for 3. Trey Phelps waits on deck. McGuire would just as soon face him in the 9th. McGuire gets the wave of the miss.
Brett, you said it earlier. This is a Georgia team that really doesn't run very much except for Daniel Jackson. Colby Branch at first is 1 for 1 on the season.
McGuire's running that pitch timer down to 2 when he delivered. McGuire trying to keep Arkansas close. Georgia again built that 4-0 lead after a few innings, and the Hogs have been chasing ever since. Now 3-1 to Black. Really don't want to believe you nibble too much here with Black with the top of the lineup looming on deck.
Yeah, I don't think so. You got to challenge him right here, and no offense to Ryan Black, but Trey Phelps is one of the most elite hitters in the whole league.
That's not close. That's ball 4, so the 2-out single by Branch kept the inning alive, and then the walk to Black, and now the Dogs really looking for some insurance with Phelps, who, by the way, for tonight has been held in check at 0 for 4, but he came into the game with the second best batting average in the SEC.
I think Arkansas is going to make a pitching change right here. DVH out of the dugout, and it only means one thing. That means a pitching change for the Hogs.
Arkansas is going to go to the bullpen. We'll step aside in the 8th inning. A couple of runners.
Here's a question. Is Tate pissed right now?
At himself, yes. As he should be. Can't walk people. Not this late in the game.
So it'll probably be either Coyle or
Steele
Eves.
Strike thrower, you see the numbers right there, the 22 punch outs, only 6 walks. But what Steele Eves does when he's on is he's going to entice a lot of ground balls. Pretty good sinker that goes down and into right-handers. Kind of a sweeping breaking ball down and away. So, again, a guy that has to pitch around the knees to be effective.
The one bugaboo this year has been the 5 home runs he's given up in those 25 innings for a sinker baller.
Yeah, if he gets that ball up in the zone, and with a guy like Trey Phelps at the plate, it could get out of here in a hurry.
You got a lightsaber holding your mic?
Trey Phelps will bat with a couple of runners on base and 2 outs.
It's got that RGB on it. On the mic.
Looks like you got a
Boom
lightsaber.
arm.
Last time we saw Eves in a game was
I don't
against
trust
Alabama
this
on the 11th,
recliner thing,
hitting
so
in
I had to pull a
2/3
kitchen
with
chair
a hit
over and throw my legs
and an
up on
unearned
it.
run.
Yeah.
Got to believe there
I
have
got
not
one
been
of
many
those.
0
If I
for
lean
4s
back in
this
it too
season
far,
for Phelps.
I'm going over the top.
At 0 for 5 would be even rarer, but Eves has not been in the zone in the first 2 pitches.
Yeah, good speed on the bases for Georgia. You've got Branch at second and Black at first. Black is getting a really huge secondary lead, and I don't think Arkansas is thinking about picking behind him, but he is definitely getting off the base. You know,
what big wave at a miss.
It's like
He was
a
gonna cut
normal
one loose
lead to
2-0.
me.
I really like that out of Phelps, man. Just let it fly. You're still 2 balls, 1 strike. You're still ahead in that count.
It's Steele Eves, sir. That's not Phelps. Jesus Christ.
There's that big lead over there by Black.
On the ground, up the middle. Koschel gets there, shovels to Souza for the force on Black to end the inning. So it's the Bulldogs' chance to strand a couple of runners. They've left 8 in the game.
All right, now, guys, let's get your heads out of your backsides and let's get to work. Let's go,
I think he was talking about the batter, Phelps.
Could have been.
I need Manny Machado to start doing something.
I know I got him in my other league and he hasn't done crap.
Good Lord.
He hasn't even had a home run this
Bobby
year
Witt
yet.
Jr. hadn't done nothing either. He was supposed to be my RBI guy. He had...
Let's go, chat. We got to do a woo pick, Suey. Some WPSs in the chat. Let's get a rally going. Let's help these boys out. Get some good juju going. He's up in the high 90s, 96, 97, Arky.
Who, Eves?
Yeah.
What water are you drinking on today?
It is cherry limeade, my good sir.
Just gone to the bullpen. Just their third pitcher used tonight. It's
how many
just
sodas are you
warming
down
up
to
all
now?
evening.
I think
I haven't had a soda in a month.
50 pitches down in the bullpen. He is definitely
Really?
loose.
Yeah, my last soda was.
But you can see the
when you
numbers
were
on
here
Bird.
at the
Really
studio
a
town.
nice strike throw, the 40 punch outs, and only 7
I ain't
walks.
had- I
He's
ain't
going to have that
bought another
fastball
one.
loaded
Isn't in the house
mid-90s.
since then.
Throw a slider and a cutter
Any
as well.
weight loss off of
The
that?
guy that Wes Johnson
I
has
said
a lot of
I
faith
couldn't
in that
believe
come
that I
out.
would
He
ever
can
quit
be the
drinking
guy that
soda.
goes long relief. He can be a
Yeah, I
closer,
did,
kind of a
finally.
fireman for this Bulldog pitching staff.
Any weight loss on that?
A couple of
that
years
you
at
know of?
USC, Aiken last
Probably
year
some, yeah.
with Georgia.
I'm not
18
stepping on
relief
the, every time I
appearances
step on the scale, it's like,
and
get
a
off me.
3.74 earned run average.
Every time I step on it, it says error, error.
A year ago, to say the least.
Remove yourself.
Hey, thanks, Steven. Yeah, it was. I was drinking soda like
Hasn't walked
crazy,
many
my
this
man.
year,
I
so
mean,
free base runners might be tough.
cases a week.
It'll be New,
And
Stewart,
just
and
quit.
Robinette. Arkansas
I
has
got Sarge stuck
left
on these
8 on
flavored
the bases
waters.
tonight. New
There it
snags one
is.
in the air to left field.
Micah,
Back
get
goes
out.
Allen at the fence. He'll leap and he'll make the catch near the yellow line.
That wasn't a leap. Calm down.
Allen's
he
done a
left
little bit of
1 foot on
everything
the
tonight.
ground.
Arkansas was that close to maybe making this a one-run game.
Oh,
Yeah,
we
New
were
caught
one
that
whoop
one off
hit
the
Suey
end of the bat
short
just
from
a
being
little
being
bit.
a
It was
home
hanging
run.
breaking ball and just kind of flipped it out there to left field, and Allen just did all he could. I tell you what, he got right back, found the fence really well, and boy, that is close.
Man, when they say leap, they made it sound like he ran up the
Here's
wall.
Zach Stewart, who's 1 for 3.
Yeah.
And
He caught it
single
4
to
foot
left his
above the
bat at
wall.
40 miles an hour back in the 6th.
Look,
Again, it was the 8th
they're
inning
trying
in
just to
Alabama.
add some
Arkansas scored
excitement.
12 runs over those 3 games. They need some 8th inning magic tonight, or Georgia's really going to inch this one a little bit closer to the finish line and their 12th SEC win of the season.
Micah,
Stewart
that's-
really hadn't been
Big
doing
arm
a whole
by
bunch.
Bird right
That's
there with
true. We
94
can't
on the
catch a
velocity,
break
but
right now.
Getting already down 2 balls, no strikes. If you're Zach Stewart right here, you've got to get a strike. He took that one right
It's
there.
definitely not from a lack of trying.
No, I mean, we've hit the ball hard. The Sousa ball was hit right at somebody. If it was an inch higher, it would have been a
Georgia pitchers
run
have walked
scored
6.
and double.
That's helped
That
for
right
Arkansas
there, another
because the Hogs have only
6
4
inches,
hits.
and it's a homer.
They have
There you
5
go,
hits.
Stu. We
So
might be able
Zach
to get to this
Stewart
picture.
has 2 of them. That is the 60th multi-hit game in Zach Stewart's career. That is a ton of games with 2 hits or more.
Yeah,
If
Arkansas is gonna
Ruiz
pinch
doesn't
run
hit it
for
off the
Zach
handle and he
Stewart right
barrels
here.
it, that's
Landon
another
Schaefer
2-run
was
homer
already
back
had
to
a
back
helmet.
for
He was
him.
ready to go.
I mean,
I
there's
think that
a lot of
conversation
things in
happened
this game where
before the inning even started.
we could have flipped this game on its lid.
Stewart departs. Seen Schaefer in a pinch running role, steal a base, but again, he's on there to
I wonder if something's wrong with Stewart's knee
create
again.
a little more
No,
speed.
they're just putting speed on the
In case
bases.
there's a ball in the gap, whatever might transpire.
Or just even little things like, a ball to an infielder's left or right that maybe you try to flip to second base and the guy that's got a little step faster could maybe beat that throw.
Again, Arkansas is in a spot with Robinette. If you dare to dream and he launches one out of here, it's a new game. But Reese has walked twice.
Yeah,
He's
that'd
been
be a
very
dare to
patient
dream
tonight. Big
situation
strike
because
out of
he
the
ain't hit
second.
nothing else out of it.
That thing's going to first base or right field.
Robinette, I'm gonna make a wish.
Healthy
Kid.
wave at a
Please
miss.
hit a home
Pin
run for me.
drop in Baumwocker
it's
Stadium
quiet,
when
isn't
that
it?
pitch came
Come
in.
on,
Everybody's
Robinette.
kind of holding their breath here, just hoping that Robinette can get a hold of one, but
Just dunk one over first
1 point
base's
tonight, we
head.
had
That's all you got to do, my man.
10,593.
Yeah,
It's thinned
right
just
down
a
the
bit.
line.
the
Do
rain and
something.
other delays.
I'm poking you with a stick. Do something.
And
you come on,
away to
dude.
the mix. Robinette will K, and there's 2 outs.
Dave Van
Tomorrow
Horn.
is supposed to
Hey,
be
please
Brew
sit
Pig
him down.
Suey. I almost feel like we should just start that now and just keep it rolling. Generate a little buzz. Literally and figuratively.
Oh, my God. I'm about tired of seeing
right there by Justin Bird. Like about the bottom.
I like his defense, but, man, the hitting
There's
is
no
not
way
there.
you're going to get hurt on those.
Come on, Pompey, it's time to erupt.
Last in the 6th inning with a couple of runners on base and 2 outs. He went down on strikes. At that point, the tying runs were on base. He represented the go-ahead run.
TJ Pompey is going to erupt here in the bottom of the 8th.
I think if you're Pompey, you
pulls out
can't
the
take anything
driver
down or away. You need to look something middle in that you
He's
can
going
hook down
long.
that left field line.
Throw to first, and O'Shaughnessy was lucky to glove that one.
I'll tell you what, if you're Bird right here, you've got 2 outs. Your focus needs to be on that hitter. Schaefer's really not going to go anywhere. He's got probably too big of a lead for me
St.
anyway,
Poppy
at first base.
is at the plate. Ooh.
Pompey takes a strike.
That was outside.
Wow.
That was low and outside, dude.
No ball, no strike pitch by Bird right there. After a couple picks there, he did not lose focus. Just dropped a dime.
That wasn't no
outside
dime. That
corner.
was a penny.
TJ Pompey, you just have to take that, and you hope he makes
That was
mistakes on this
ass.
pitch.
Sorry, Sarge.
Nice job by
You
Jackson
call
to
that one a
smother
strike,
that
too?
baseball. He bobbled it for a split second, but he didn't get the short up on that one either.
Those are some of those plays that you don't see in the scorebook, but they're just big.
Arkansas has been out hit 10-5, but a long one would even up this game.
Quit throwing it to first and just throw it to the batter, bro.
Georgia has used just 3 pitchers, and that's not bad considering Vigu, the starter, had to come out after 2.
See? That's exactly
Ripped and a
why
miss
he
by
got
Pompey,
that.
and he did
He
expand
swung
and
at
kind
that
of
because
lunged out
out of
after
the
that
pitch,
one.
he
Yeah,
got
that's
called a
that
strike.
pitch. It's kind of giving him a little bit of fits this season, and it's so tough to lay off of when you're up here in the booth.
They're forcing him
or
to
in the
swing low and
stands.
away.
When that thing's coming in there and it starts right down the middle of the plate and just dives down and away, it's tough to lay off of.
They're going right back
Bird
to
trying
it.
to end this inning. That time Pompey would not chase. 2-2. Rutenbar back at the top of the lineup, waiting to see if Pompey prolongs this 8th inning.
Come on, Pompey. In Pompey, we believe.
Bird working from the third base side of the rubber, picks again. Tell you what, had he put that on the base, it might have been really close. A little bit high over to O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah, down by 2. I'm really surprised that Landon Schaefer over there at first base has the lead that he has.
Pompey rolls one foul outside of third. We'll do it again. Someone's got to retrieve. It's a veteran move. Allen threw that about 10 rows up into the crowd. He wasn't going to risk throwing it in the first row and have somebody drop it.
I think you're going to see Bird go down with that breaking ball down and away right here again.
Did throw the breaking ball, and Pompey lifts it to right. Black underneath it, waiting for it to descend, and he will make the catch to end the inning. So Arkansas stranded 9 so far tonight, and Georgia maintains its lead.
Definitely not for a lack of trying. He just hit the end of the bat right there. That's what it sounded like anyway.
Yeah. What's going on with my mouse?
It's tired of these crappy calls by the umpire.
Yeah, it's jumping around all fidgety.
He's been pretty good all game, and now we're just calling crap.
He wants to get out there before them storms come.
I hope he gets rained on.
I hope it rains on his parade.
Well, I've caught up with Big Sarge. I'm only 97 away.
That's not bad.
I scored 109 in pitching today and 53 in offense so far. You hear that? Jeff, I'm coming for you.
Back to work with Georgia leading 5-3. It will be the heart of the lineup for the Bulldogs: Jackson, Lujo, and Oriach.
Those are three batters it's not easy to navigate through.
No, I was thinking the same thing.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Sorry.
Single.
Thur.
And has walked and scored a run. If you would tell Arkansas before the game that, hey, you'd be in the ninth inning and the combination of Phelps and Jackson, as dynamic as any duo in the SEC, would be a combined 1-4-8 with an infield single, you'd say, sign me up. And yet, you know, you talk about the depth of this lineup. Allen and Lujo homered, and Georgia's flashed some leather today, and Arkansas left 9 on base, and Georgia's stranded 8.
I think they need it down here, Stephen, to be honest. I would love to see that come to the
comes around
college.
to score. Lujo got hit by a pitch. He comes around to score. So a couple free base runners are the difference in this ball game.
I've noticed as this game has progressed, going out to retrieve foul balls has been more of a chore, and that's Colin Fisher, and I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't start tomorrow, Troy.
He's just trying to stay loose. But you're right.
He should be in bed.
There's not been a lot of bounce out of the dugouts for either side to run down the line to pick up some foul balls.
He may have to do another one. Hey, Colin, come on back. You just went and got the baseball, but and keep in mind again, this is a day game tomorrow, and then, well, that's not Fisher. He got that one off. Brissy will go retrieve.
Get the freshman out there. Come on,
I
freshman.
would say so.
You got to get out there.
There's
and
a
get
number
the
of freshmen that have not pitched that might be first on my list to go retrieve. Wave it a miss. Down goes Jackson. Eves with the K.
There we go, Eves.
Starts the ninth inning with a strikeout. That gentleman has been here all night, and he's not been terribly busy. Just the 5th strikeout that he'll post.
Yeah, just great location right there by Steele Eves. A fastball up and away. 94 on track, man. That fastball. It was one that Jackson thought, because I thought I had a pretty good swing at that one.
Here's Lujo, who homered in the 7th. A line drive shot just out of the reach of a leaping Ruiz at the fence. It pushed the lead to 5-3. And again, Arkansas had a couple of swings. One, the new fly ball to the yellow line and left, and then the liner by Sousa that was caught by Wynn back in the 7th. Had they been an inch in either direction, would have been a run. Sousa can't collect that one. Off the bat of Lujo, and it's going to propel into shallow center. Sousa's going to retrieve, and Lujo will reach with one out.
Boy, talk about a guy with a really short stroke. That's Lujo, man. He does not bring his hands back very far, but generates a lot of bat speed with that quick short swing.
That's the 11th hit tonight for the Georgia Bulldogs. Gives them a chance to look for a little bit of insurance before Arkansas in the 9th will have Rutenbar, Helfrich, and Kojal. Top of their lineup. Oriach is 1 for 4 with a run-scoring single.
Wes Johnson made the play right there off the net.
You know, I'm looking at the body of Oriach.
Well, stop it.
Got a comp?
Well, who was the former Vanderbilt player that was a Pittsburgh Pirate? Left-handed hitting first baseman.
Now you're going to make me think right here.
It was on the tip of my tongue, and now it's gone. It's Pat Goods.
We're talking about Vanderbilt players. We're watching Georgia and Arkansas.
It does not ring a bell for me.
You got to hang with me. I'm typing, Troy. I'm going as fast as I can. That's down and in. 2-1.
Oriach just
Pedro
feels like
Alvarez.
Okay. I don't think he was quite that big.
Oh, he was a big dude.
Give me a comp on his size.
Strike at the bottom of the zone. .63 and large was Pedro Alvarez. 6'3", 250 pounds.
Okay,
left-handed hitting power hitter.
Oriach's 6'5", 245.
All right.
So pretty good
I'm
comp.
in the neighborhood.
I'll give it to you.
That stroke down the line and left, and it's out of play. Alvarez had a 36-homer season and a 30-homer season as well for the Pirates. Also had a 27 and a 22, so he had a pretty good.
He had some juice.
Big league run.
Speaking of running, Black was off with the pitch right there, trying to stay out of the double play. I mean, I think that's a pretty wise move.
1-out single in the ninth has given the Bulldogs a chance to try and add to this 5-3 lead. Serve to third. There is Pompey. Flips to second for one. Souza caught that low toss.
There we go.
And then finishes the double
Roll
play.
them doubles.
Hogs go around the horn for the twin killing to keep Georgia.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Aloy hadn't played today, has he?
No, he has not.
Here's a question for you, Sarge. I know it's a little too early to call, but do you see Aloy transferring at the end of the year?
No,
Or staying?
he'll stay.
Who else do you see staying? From the batting lineup, anyway. I don't think Pompey has any more years left after this one. I could be wrong.
It just depends.
I know Zach Stewart is gone.
Yeah, he's done.
Kojal's going to be gone. I don't know if Souza has any more eligibility left. He might. Rutenbar's definitely going to be back.
Yeah, because Helfrich will be gone.
What do you think about Brumbaugh?
I don't know. Being said he didn't get to play much, he may transfer.
A little bit lacking despite the 6 walks.
Yeah, the 9 strikeouts is always concerning when you're almost double figures. But you're right. The 6 walks have been producing some base runners, just not a lot of offense around those 6 walks. And
I would say, though, sometimes you have to tip your hat to the pitchers you face, and it's not something competitors like to do, as Rutenbar starts the 9th inning by taking a strike. But Arkansas has seen 3 pitchers with really good spin and movement tonight.
It's been outstanding. Georgia's got some guys that are throwing wiffle balls up there tonight. I mean,
Richard said Brumberger.
You're talking about 2 hitters that have entered the game leading their teams in batting average in Phelps and Rutenbar, and they've gone a combined 0 for 9 tonight.
Yeah, that just tells you how good the pitching's been. Just a couple of mistakes on both sides.
Hogs need a base runner to bring the tying run to the plate. That may not do it. Chopper to Branch, 1 gone, 9th inning.
Boy, Branch has been absolutely outstanding this season and just really locked down that shortstop position. I think a season ago, he went 20-plus games before making his first error at shortstop.
I know Wes Johnson was very complimentary of his shortstop. Here's Ryder Helfrich. Ryder walked and scored back in the 7th. He also singled in the first inning, so he has one of Arkansas's 5 hits. And with the exception of that home run that Ruiz hit for a 2-run blast in the 6th inning, there's Branch again. They would say try somebody else in the dugout. 2 gone. The other 4 hits have been singles.
Yeah, good job by Bird. Another off-speed pitch. That one was only 80 miles an hour, and Arkansas hitter's been a little aggressive here when needing base runners, because you saw the bloop in the blast at Kojal, and then in the 6th inning had a blooper into center field, and then Ruiz with a home run.
Koschel singled in 4 at-bats. Sits on strike 1, needs to reach to keep this game alive, bring up Ruiz. Otherwise, we'll head to a winner-take-all Game 3 Saturday afternoon. And Arkansas quickly not only down to its final out, but its final strike.
The thing is, Bert's got a really good breaking ball, but then he'll throw in 94 and just blow you away.
Hogs won 6-3 a night ago. Georgia trying to finish off a win this evening. Arkansas' 6-game winning streak also at stake. Jump them back up the standings in the SEC, certainly in the RBI category. But they have never led this evening. Lofted down the line and left, and it will be, well, back and out of play. And the chase is on. Somebody got it. When you get a foul ball with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the bottom of the 9th,
you got a blanket around you?
I mean, it's your day. You're that close to going home and somebody hits one to you. Koschel will send another one in her direction. She had the blanket on, better get ready to go get another baseball. The gentleman with her had one of those yards of beer that was empty. So he's
driving home.
Yeah, hopefully.
So Bert's been trying to get Koschel on the fastball up and away. You might see him bury a breaking ball right here.
Wave and a miss. And the Georgia Bulldogs win it tonight 5-3 to force a winner-take-all.
All right. Rubber match tomorrow. We appreciate all you guys hanging out with us on this long night of baseball. We got a little bonus softball in while they were in delay here. So we will be live again tomorrow at 12:45 for a 1 o'clock start for the rubber match. Kurt sends out membership, and Joseph Foreman got it. Appreciate that, Kurt. He said he was going to give out to membership for as many home runs the Hogs hit, and he did. True to his word. Good man, sir. Good man. But from me, since it's 10:30, we gonna make this one quick. Me and Hog Wild. We'll see you in the next one tomorrow afternoon.
We're out.
Woo Pig Suey. Charlie Mike.
Way off in